Hello.
Hello.
Thanks, honey.
Rita, are those pussy willows in your?
Makes me think of spring.
I have fake flowers.
Yeah.
Give me one moment. My computer has decided for its Google Chrome, it has to update. All of a sudden.
You're back in your classroom.
I am. What would I teach?
What
I'd be
about town government?
not English. Math I was okay at. I don't know if I could teach it though. All right, join a meeting. Yes, that's what I want to do. Okay, join a meeting. Oh, plow truck's going by.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Let's try that again. Becky, if you make a host, can you make my laptop, which is going to come in any minute, the host? That's not in there yet, though. It's thinking. You might want to unmute yourself. I can hear you talking down the hallway.
Sorry. Well, at least we have backup if one of us goes down.
Right?
Okay, so I'm waiting for your other computer.
Yeah, it's
You
coming.
Okay.
My Chrome decided it needed to do an update at that particular moment of opening it. So I could go in here and grab the number though. Oh, there we go. Okay, come on. All right, it's coming in now. Okay. Are we ready to, shall we call ourselves to order?
Yeah.
Okay. Looking at the agenda, does anyone have any things that have popped up, Becky, in the last couple of hours or anything like that that we need to worry about or add?
There's just sorry. Walter has an additional cemetery commissioner to get appointed.
Oh, two.
Yep. And then
Okay.
we have the ABCC forms for Linda.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna pull up the agenda real quick online. All right, shall we open up to anyone who has public comment? I see a hand. Leslie, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Am I good?
I can hear you.
Excellent. I have two things that I would just like to say. Number one, I assume everybody in the select board received the email that I sent following Saturday's regional school meeting.
Yeah.
And you were terrific. And what was striking to me was once Jim gave the Shutesbury presentation and got fierce pushback, there was a team of Shutesbury people who responded and were not going to be cowed in terms of what the presentation, what the position was. I felt really proud. And I just wanted to let you know that. And I have a suggestion going forward for that topic is for someone, Board of Selectmen Finance Committee, to really write out very clearly our position and why we were taking that position, because it seems to me we're going to still get continued pushback. And I think our position should be put on the record. I know there, those meetings are recorded, et cetera, but that's a suggestion I'd like to make, and I'll make this same suggestion to the Finance Committee at their meeting this evening.
Okay.
The other thing was that I sent the Select Board an email today titled "Number of Licensed to Carry Firearms in Shutesbury," and this has been something that has been frustrating me ever since last summer, of not being able to find out exactly how many licensed to carry licenses there are in Shutesbury, and the chief has not responded to that. And I went to a state website, and not to get into the details, but the question I would really like a response is this information, if this information is available on a state website, why isn't it available to Shutesbury residents upon request? And then the other thing is this information accurate? Does it dovetail with what we understand or what our police department understands here in Shutesbury? So I would love a response at some point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie. Is there anyone else that has public comment they'd like to share? Raise your hand in the, okay, I saw Mary Jo and then Rhea. Go ahead, Mary Jo. Unmute yourself.
Thanks for the reminder.
You're
Yeah, I was eavesdropping on that Fourth Town meeting over the weekend, and I heard Becky's comments at the end, and I have to say I was also very impressed. Yay, Becky. Yay, everybody. So I actually wanted to, in regard to our relationship with the police department and the conversation around that, I actually have a suggestion for a resource for you. It's called the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement.
Say that one more time.
National Association
Okay.
for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement.
Okay.
And their tagline is building public trust through law enforcement accountability and transparency.
Okay.
And I actually discovered it because I was kind of playing a mind game with myself, and I thought, well, what would I do if for some reason I had a grievance or like a negative experience with a police officer in Shutesbury? And I realized I didn't know. And so I thought, well, it would probably be good to have a public grievance policy for people in case there are problems. Although my understanding is we've had some really stand-up people involved with our police department. But I'm just speaking kind of in terms of policy and systems more. And I think given that we're kind of in between police chiefs, it's a good time to think about those kinds of things. And so I looked at all these websites, and what I saw was that by and large, police departments tend to provide oversight for themselves. So what I saw was that usually people got referred to the police department itself if they had a problem with the police department. Now, to me, that was a huge conflict of interest. And some of the things that I was thinking about in terms of grievance policy, I was thinking, you know, you really wouldn't necessarily want to open yourself up to the supervisor of someone who had made you uncomfortable, particularly color. And you might hesitate to go to the select board as well, particularly if they were all white. And I'm just speaking out of, you know, people of color's historic experience with police departments, people that don't know Shutesbury. You know, I'm not saying that we're not all good people, because I think we are really quite upstanding here. But I thought that a good step would be to actually have a grievance policy and potentially have some oversight of the police department by well-trained, concerned citizens. And that's exactly what this organization provides for. I see that they're in Austin, Texas, they're in LA, they're in Seattle, they're in a bunch of different municipalities across the country. And I think they would potentially be a good resource if the select board wants to consider something like that.
Okay. Thank you. Ria, which is moved on my screen. Where did she go?
I'm right here. Can you
Oh, there
see
you
me?
are. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, great,
ahead.
thank you. So I just have like one little question. Is the police department on the agenda tonight? Is this not the time you asked that, or do we find out what's on the agenda? Or it's being moved to Friday or Saturday?
No, it is on the agenda tonight. The select board's going to start our conversation with the three of us on the options that we talked about in a larger group on Thursday.
Okay, so I'm just kind of making this as a group statement for a number of us who have been meeting on this in town to decide to really encourage the select board to think about the options available and to really open up a search committee that involves a number of residents. I know that's one of many options you have, and we just want to really reiterate that once again, that seems like a viable option to do that. So that's my statement for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ria. Mike.
Yes, thanks. I just had a couple of comments. One, echoing what Leslie and Mary Jo said about the four-town meeting. I was also quite impressed with the solidarity and the firmness and resolve that Shutesbury was presenting to the other three towns regarding our need to be at the statutory method sooner rather than later. And I thought that was a excellent show of unity from Shutesbury, and I was very impressed with everybody who was representing me there. So thank you for doing such a great job with that. As far as the discussion about the police department tonight, I'm kind of echoing also what Ria was saying. I've been at both the question and answer sessions last July and last week, and I'm getting the feeling that that what policing in Shutesbury is may not be what the residents actually are desiring or what they need. So I'm just asking that the select board really look at all the options that are available, and as Ria mentioned a while ago, think outside the box. That maybe the traditional chief and a handful of officers is not quite what we're looking at or looking for in Shutesbury, and to maybe get more citizens' involvement in the whole process of determining what policing is going to look like in Shutesbury. And then one last thing is a little bit troublesome. noticed recently that there's been some feeling, a sense, an effort towards not allowing for the public to make comments at committee and board meetings and things. It's, my understanding that it's up to the discretion of the chair of the board whether they're going to allow comments during their sessions. And I hope that is going to be remain in effect, but it's been questioned several times recently. And I think if Shutesbury is going to continue to be able to listen to inputs from the community, then they need to be able to do that at public meetings. So, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mike. Is there anybody else that has any public comment they'd like to make? No? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the appointment of the cemetery commissioner. And you have an extra one for us, Walter.
That's correct. Not only are we putting forward Susan Millinger, who is on tonight also, which we voted at our last official meeting, but I've been in talks with Steve Sullivan a few times, and he had first said, well, if you don't get anybody else, I'll do it. And, didn't seem like he was super thrilled, but offered. And I checked with him again this morning or yesterday morning, and he said, oh no, I'm interested. I really want to do it. He was just giving somebody else an opportunity if they wanted to, but seeing that we have 2 openings now, and in dire need of an additional person.
One second, Walter, 1 second, Walter. Linda, you raising your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt Walter,
Oh,
but
okay.
I do have a question. Has there been another resignation?
We had one resignation first. That was Ray Cousins, who opened up one opening. And then Janice Stone had actually moved out of town, and because she moved out, she could stay. What our understanding was that she could stay on the committee for up to 6 months after she officially moved out of town. And that 6-month period was February 5th. Therefore, we have 2 openings now on a 3rd-person committee, which kind of makes it hard for me to do any business because I can't even technically post the meeting with only 1 person.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
So so with Steve offering to fill that 3rd slot now, as of yesterday morning, I'd like to take this opportunity, if it's at all possible, to put his name forward as an appointment also.
Okay. Among the select board members, do I hear a motion to appoint Susan and Steve to our cemetery commission and give Walter some help?
So moved.
Second,
Any further questions or discussion?
And it needs to be a roll call vote.
All those in favor?
Farrell, I.
Stein, aye.
Makepeace O'Neill, aye. Thank you, Susan.
Yes,
And
thank you
Steve, I
so
know he's
much.
not here. Linda?
Mute.
Walter has to vote too.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right, because it is a joint meeting, and I vote aye. Thank you.
And just also to make a note that these are appointments to fill vacancies until the terms expire, and then they'll be elected.
Right. Yep. And that's the point for having this meeting, is because it's normally an elected position, and we have 2 openings, and we need to fill them to do any kind of business. Right now, seeing it's down to 1 person, to do anything till that point that they next town meeting comes up. I will have to double check. I think that might be Ray's position first. That's being,
Yes, it is. Yeah.
well, they're both open, so I guess we'd have to have both of them as a run for 2 openings. So to allow anybody else that's interested to also run.
Okay, thank you, Walter, for bringing that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I'd like to, we're doing the ABC tonight as well, correct?
Mhm.
Just have to bring it up. You sent it to us, Linda. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So why you're being asked to sign a new local licensing authority certification for ABCC is because when applications are submitted to ABCC, they're reviewed by an investigator, and that's just the title they give to their reviewers. And so the reviewer found that there were two forms that needed correction. They had previously, in the 5 years I've been doing this with Jen, they've been filled out in the same way, but however, two corrections were requested, so that was done. And then they asked for updated Department of Revenue and Department of Unemployment Assistance certifications. One of the ones we submitted, none of us that looked at it realized that it was from the prior year. So anyway, so we have those. And then although we had previously received guidance that Corey authorizations were not needed, the reviewer can ask for them, and they are asking for them now. So those have been obtained for all the board of directors. So everything is in order. The next step is for, if you agree to approve and sign the new certification, which is for reconsideration. That's why it's different now. At the top box for reconsideration is checked, and then I added tonight's date if you decide to approve.
Yeah.
So there it is. If you have any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or a motion for?
Oh, I move to sign and approve and sign the ABCC local licensing authority certification.
Okay.
Second.
Does anyone have any further questions? No? All in favor?
Farrell, I.
Stein, aye.
Makepeace O'Neill, aye. Okay. Thank you, Linda.
So one more thing,
Mhm.
the form is in a separate folder with a yellow sticker that says ABCC form on it, in one of your boxes. I put it in there yesterday, and it's at a right angle to everything else. So when you're in town hall, I know this isn't a warrant week, so you may not be in this week, but when you come in, if you could sign it, then I can send everything off.
Okay, thank you. That needs all three of our signatures, correct?
At least two, at
Okay.
least two. Yeah,
Okay.
3 would be great, but only 2 are needed.
All right. Okay. So we are heading on to the discussion with the police chief. Dan, are you on the call by chance?
I think he is.
Oh, no.
You may want to try calling in again. You were sounding very choppy. We didn't understand you.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, there you are.
Hello?
Hello.
Hear me now?
Yes, and we see your name now too.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
Thank you. Melissa.
Okay, just want to make sure that you were here before we started. I know in case we had any questions. So April and Rita, I thought maybe tonight what we would do is discuss each, and please tell me if you think this is not what you would like to do. I was thinking we would discuss each one of the 3 options, and then amongst ourselves, Becky, Dan, and then if we felt like we wanted to take questions from the group that's here listening, we could do it at the end of that discussion. If that you feel good with that, or if you know, that was just my thought this afternoon as I was thinking about this discussion.
That makes sense. Melissa, I just ask if you could go through, you know, as an introduction, go through those
Options. Yeah,
things.
I will.
Yep.
Yep. So tonight we are here to discuss the 3 options, that potential paths that we were looking at, we were discussing in our meeting on Thursday, which is 1, to move ahead with a full-time police chief option. The second option is move forward with a shared chief. And then the third option was move ahead with an interim chief or officer in charge, which allows for exploring other options. So that was the 3 options that we talked about in that larger meeting on last Thursday. So those are the ones that we'll talk about today and such. So anyway, shall we start in no particular order, just take them 1 through 3? That sound like an idea?
Sounds good.
Good, okay. So move ahead with the full-time police chief option. How do people feel about that at this point? Questions? We may not be able to answer all of them to all these questions tonight, but thoughts, feelings?
So when you're talking about moving ahead, when that option is moving ahead with a full-time police chief and immediately advertising for a
My
police
feeling
chief,
would be
correct?
that if that's the path that we choose, that would be, yeah, with the search process.
So do you want to go through kind of pros and cons of each of these? Does that
I think
make
that's
sense?
a good idea. That's actually what I was thinking.
Okay.
Or questions, like the
Or
questions that may
questions.
not be fit either one of those, because there may be questions that don't fit a pro or a con. It's just a question.
Sure.
Did you have some thoughts?
Yeah, well, I have.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think I don't agree with going ahead right now and advertising for a full-time police chief. I think there are a number of options kind of on the table, and I think I think we want to give ourselves some time to think about what the alternatives are, and you know, some things that have come out both from what we've heard via emails from the community, as well as the questions that were raised at the public meeting, that I'd like to give some time, you know, take this time if we can adequately provide for police coverage, to really think through, you know, what is it we want in a police chief, and do we want to look at alternatives vis-a-vis sharing with another community or contracting with another community? And this gives us an opportunity to say, are there any ways that we want to reshape the police department and its activities, and include, you know, I think there are a lot of people in town who've been spending time thinking about this, and I, for one, would like to have more discussion and give more thought to it. So I think that is a reason not to kind of jump right into a hiring process. Let's take a deep breath. We have some history here of having looked at the alternatives, but we haven't, you know, done anything very recently. So I think this is a time when we should take advantage of this, again, you know, this time, take advantage of, unfortunately, losing our police chief, but to say, you know, can we do this differently, better? Are there ways to be more efficient? Kind of all of the above.
I like the way you say that, Rita, because in a way, you know, there's the push to let's just get the ad out there, let's just hire someone, let's just get this done. But I think this conversation also dovetails with, well, what do we do in the interim? You know, what happens? I also found myself reading all of that materials from, you know, past explorations into, I think the first one was in 04 and 2016, 7. I mean, there have been a number of different investigations into looking at how do you work, how could we regionalize in some way with another police force? And it's complicated, but I still think it's worth looking at. You know, if it could be in the right way. But I don't want to lose the focus on community policing, no matter what happens. But I think having community involvement is really important. It's a big decision for the town. I think Dan was an amazing find, and it's hard to lose him at this point. But I think if we can put together a solid interim plan, I think that would give us more time.
Let's add that to the discussion after the third option too, that interim plan. Maybe that's our decision tonight rather than any one of these particular options. Okay, does that sound okay to talk about that too?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. All right, so I feel a lot of the same that you guys do with the search. It feels a little too quickly to put anything out there now without looking at these other options, thinking about what we would like. So I feel pretty much you guys really expressed the same thing I was feeling. Take some time and I like the way you put it, Rita, take a breath, you know, so. All right.
I guess, you know, the question is, what does that mean, and what are we talking about in terms of timing? You know, how much time do we allow ourselves? And I think it would be good to set some time frame rather than something being really open-ended. And then what does that process entail? You know, more conversations with townspeople. Do we do it in the context of select board meetings, or, you know, some other format to kind of do some information gathering, do some more research? I think, Becky, you put everything up on the website, kind of all of the historic.
I haven't gotten it all up on the website yet.
Okay, because there's there is, as I think, as April was pointing out there, and I know Becky shared some of it because I had asked for it. You know, there is a lot of reporting from back in 2004 and some other documentation that I think would be useful for people to read. Just, you know, kind of the pros and cons and some of the discussions that went on with the town of Leverett. But when other attempts have been made with regard to doing a shared chief, kind of why that didn't move forward, that was really useful for me, because there were things that I definitely learned in going through that. So if we can get that up on the town website, I think that's you know, having that information out and available before we go through some of the alternatives.
I think that would be helpful. You know, it's much more complicated than I had first thought. You know, even the documents from 04 really spelled out, you know, the steps that have to be taken and the different options. But it's time consuming. But I also want to remember that when I first started my term this time, we had no police chief in July of whatever year that was. And, you know, that we have ways of working through and getting to the conclusion. And that took from July until October. And it got a little complicated at times.
So that was about 4 months.
Yeah.
Becky, go ahead.
Grace did get up the majority of the documents. The South County report that was involved in the 2016, 2017, which interviewed Sunderland and some other towns is there. And then all the documents from 2004 and 5. What's not up there yet are the compilation of minutes and letters between select boards between 2016 and 17. So those should go up tomorrow.
Okay.
Just so, if anybody's interested, it's great reading material.
Actually, it wasn't so bad. It's interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah. I remember sitting in the chair during the 2004. I wasn't in, I hadn't run for anything yet. So I was sitting on the other side, and reading it from this side was very different than, sitting through the presentation. So it's a lot of information. I do agree.
I have to say, it would be so nice to have this conversation in person. I realize that the three of us have never met in person.
That's true. I didn't think that.
This
That's
would be
true.
the first time. It would be nice. Because this is an important decision. And I think we're going to come, I think it's going to work out okay.
Yeah. Becky.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about potential for transition. We do have a proposal from Dan that it would be wonderful if the select board wanted to review that tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, I think after we look at these three options, as Rita or I wrote it down, that we look at the interim plan, and I think that would be part of the discussion there.
Okay,
Right?
great. Sorry. I wasn't
No, that's fine. That's fine. I got it on my notes. We'll get there. Is there any other thoughts or expressions that people want to make about the full-time chief option at this point? No?
I think we could slow it down.
Okay, slow it down. I think there's a consensus there on that one between the three of us, is to slow down. Number 2 is move forward with a shared chief options. There may be others within that one statement there.
So again, just to reiterate, I don't want to go there. I think that's one alternative that we can explore as we, take this time, as we do our research, look at the pros and cons, look at what happened in the past, look at the realities of doing that with, obviously there aren't a whole lot of communities that we would potentially do that with. So, that's an option for us, but I don't see that as something that we pursue immediately.
I mean, I agree. If we're putting the search on hold, we should breathe with this one too, and get more data, answer questions from the other projects that looked into it that weren't answered, and then say, is this right for Shutesbury, right? So I agree to take time with that one too.
Because it's also, I think, an opportunity to how do we involve citizenry, our neighbors in that kind of a process. Was it the 2000? Was when Becky was on, when you were on the select board? Was that had a
2004.
a town? Was that 04?
Yep, 04.
Oh my God, that's a long time ago. But that had a committee of somebody from personnel board, somebody from the select board. It looked like it had members of the community. And it seemed like there was a lot of hard work done then.
Yeah, I think Jim DeLivo was on that board too.
Right.
We had police representation and community representation. It was a good group, and it was we were working hand in hand with the committee in Leverett, which had a very similar compilation of people. So we would have group meetings of about 18 people, 16 people to discuss the issues and explore what models were working at that time. And so that's a possibility of putting together a committee to explore the potential of a shared chief. we've got some neighbors that we should be talking to.
Yeah. Because it sounds like New Salem is there's something that could evolve there. Leverett also, but there's also the reality that after all of that work, the town of Leverett said no. I mean, it's up to town meeting ultimately. And so that is also a reality.
But things change, so it is a fact, but I think we approach everything with an open mind in this round. And when the doors shut, they shut, but.
Yeah.
So Becca, I had a question. I know that there's a small town administrators group that meets. I don't know if you've been meeting regularly during COVID times, but I'm just curious about whether or not there's anything that we can learn from some of the other small towns that are in that group regarding either shared police services, if that's the case, or just policing in general in small towns.
I will reach out to the other members. We do have a listserv. We've had a couple of virtual meetings, but I must say it's gotten a little busy around here, so I think I missed the last one.
Mm-hmm. And how many towns are in that group?
About 100.
Wow.
Wow.
A small town has kind of a broad definition there.
Well, small town, we raised our, the numbers to include Athol, because he moved from a smaller town to a bigger town. So we didn't want to lose him. He's now the president. But there, even in Athol, it's good to understand what's happening around our community. And so it's, they're definitely closer in thinking in Athol than they are in Springfield. So it's a good thing to do. So I will try to start gathering information by reaching out to STAM, Small Town Administrators of Massachusetts.
Great, thank you.
So it does sound like we have a consensus between the three of us of where we want to go right now. Am I hearing that?
Yeah, I think we're feeling, at least this is what I'm hearing, is the first option and second option. So the search and then the shared chief. Take a breath. Let's look at those more in detail and such. And then looks like we are kind of heading a little bit towards 3 and have someone interim or officer in charge to get us while we're doing those tasks and getting that information together to inform our decisions going forward.
And historically, before we hired Dan, we had an officer in charge for that 4-month period. So that's not unheard of.
Nope.
So
It's done actually quite often.
Melissa, does it make sense then to make a decision vis-a-vis the what we're doing with interim, and then talk about what the structure is of this kind of
Plan.
information gathering period, and have put some shape around it?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Do you first want to talk about an interim plan and then that structured?
Yeah, that would be good, because I don't really know, what that means, sort of how that's been done in the past.
The officer in charge, sort of?
Yeah, what an officer in charge means is, or do we have an interim police chief, or, what are the different options available to us, and what does each one involve then?
And so I'm not quite sure where to start answering that question, so I'm just going to throw some stuff out, and then April, you can please pop in. Dan, if you're still there, Becky also. So with the officer, after Tom left, we had an officer in charge. We went into a search, and then the officer in charge changed. Dan was the officer in charge, and then we hired the chief. So that's kind of simple rundown of the last. Dan could tell us exactly the duties of the officer in charge versus the chief, because I'm a little vague on all those. But in this situation, we have a unique situation, and we have a proposal from Dan to be able to help us transition from a full-time chief to a interim, and then our officer in charge / officer in charge. So he has made a proposal to us to help with that transition. So we have another option on the table we didn't have in the prior two, or the prior search.
So maybe we should look at that more closely. And I don't know if Dan, I don't think Dan is here.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, he's here.
Okay, I'm gonna label you
I haven't
again.
left you yet.
Okay, you're an iPhone.
Yes.
Well, yes, I am actually.
Also, Dan, could you clarify what's difference between having a chief in charge versus an officer in charge
Yeah, I mean, the difference is, I mean, in this particular situation, the difference is kind of semantics, in a sense, I guess you could say. You know, I would believe an OIC, essentially any department changing events would have to be brought through the select board. So essentially the select board would be, you know, in charge of, you know, the bigger things. And OIC really runs just day-to-day and week-to-week operations. As I did when I was OIC in the beginning, it's essentially the same thing. It would be, you know, day-to-day operations, scheduling, billing, payroll, you know, assignments, things of that nature. An OIC can handle, you know, as opposed to, like, you know, things they wouldn't be handling, like a chief would be, you know, I guess they probably wouldn't make any hiring, they wouldn't make any firing decisions, they wouldn't make any discipline decisions, they wouldn't make any of those type of decisions, as the strong chief statute would allow a chief to do. So essentially, I mean, I essentially kind of drops it down to almost a weak chief, you know, type of thing. But more or less day-to-day operations.
Thanks. Go ahead, April.
No, I'm trying to think that it would make sense to make sure that there's a close connection with the select board during this time, especially with an officer in charge.
I think we had that with the last time. I think the officer in charge checked in with us, or that may have been where we had established our once a week, one of us would go in and chat too with them.
And the reason for that format is it becomes a private conference. It's not a meeting, a public.
Well, two of us in the office, and we would have to post it and such. So
right. So this is just one. Well, I like that idea of, you know, if we move forward with an officer in charge, you know, to make sure one of us has meets with that person once a week, just to keep that conversation going.
Well, you know, I'd say we could meet with them, but I'd feel more comfortable if any issues came up that it comes before the full
yeah.
You know,
Oh,
you can informally meet, but I think kind of more reporting in at a select board meeting makes sense.
Yeah.
So both.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. And
so I assume if it's an officer in charge, then it's inevitably somebody who's already in the department. We're not.
It would be the easiest for continuity of operations.
Okay.
And like I said, we do have the proposal for Dan to serve in that capacity. He has graciously given us a proposal through April 15th to help us with that.
That probably doesn't cover us for the full time when we would need.
No, but it does give us a little bit of time, and then there can be a contingent plan, maybe with another officer, you know,
okay.
with another officer. but it would definitely help with transition from.
Like a bridge. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bridge. That's a good way to put it, a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Becky?
I just want to remind the select board that's already part of my job description to interface as your representative for day-to-day operations of the police department. So I, of course, would continue to do that on a daily basis and bring anything that I noted to the select board. But not to take away from the officer in charge coming to select board meetings or you're having other meetings with them. I just don't want to bury them in meetings, but I do want to make sure that you know that even if you are not available on a constant basis, that will be ongoing.
Okay.
Unless you change my job description as
No.
it stands now.
Well, this is one of the nice things about having the police right in town hall. You know. It's pretty, yes. So how would we go about doing this? You know, if we were to agree to have Dan be officer in charge through April 15th, is that something we would vote on?
I think we would have to vote on that, right? Yes, that would be one thing we would vote on as a interterm plan while we're researching those others. I think we would vote on it, and then or at the same time vote and structure it to say it might, if we choose, it might be Dan through the 15th, and then we can always say we can reassess at that moment, you know, or well, maybe before that actual date, but you know, we reassess or have another vote if we transfer it to another officer, if we're still looking at more time. And based on the other times this has been discussed with the sheriff chief and the search, it ended up being about 4 months. It could easily be that this time. So we, you know, have a contingency plan of another officer in charge if we needed to. That's just throwing the thought out there.
Well, and is that realistic?
I think so. I think so. We have a police department that works really well together, and I think been here and working together long enough that could happen. I think it could. I don't know how you two feel, or because Becky is more in the weeds of that, what she feels or what she sees.
Well, you know, my sense from this conversation is that we're likely going to have 2 officers in charge. So if Dan's willing to serve until April 15th, you know, obviously prior to April 15th, that we would then extend it as we're doing our research too, because I think I'd like to see us talk about that and when that gets launched and what's involved at the same time that we're having this, you know, officer in charge. So we're expecting we'll probably have 2 officers in charge. The first would be Dan, to then bridge us to the second one, and then we have, you know, underway some, you know, an analysis and a community process, and then, you know, come up with a schedule of what we're doing and how we're doing it. Because I think it's both, you know, what we're doing here is we're talking both about you know, a hiring process or a structure of the police department. And when I say the structure, you know, is it a shared or whatever, but we're also talking about the functioning of the police department.
Right, and that has to happen at the same time. Right,
Right, so that's all, that's 2 parts of the conversation, and so that's going to take a little bit of time.
It will, yeah. But I think if we have a plan of at least getting to the 15th, and then after that, that'll give us the time and the breath that we need to get those other things underway in some way. Because it doesn't have, you know, none of this would happen overnight. None of these, none of the information would happen overnight. So, Becky, I saw your hand up.
I was just wondering what Dan's thinking.
Yeah.
Dan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So what are your thoughts about our transition? So this will be a change, a little bit of a change in status for you during that period as officer in charge, but
Yes, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be like an interim chief. I would just simply be an officer in charge at that point.
and then
And the only reason, so I just want to just kind of clarify my position on this. The reason that I brought this idea forward and the reason why I feel like it's important is so the continuity of operations does not change and we continue to operate the police department in the way we have been over the past 2.5 years. Very important to me that continues. I do believe that there needs to be earnest put on every and any decision that is made, because it isn't really, it's not going to be a good thing for the officers in the department, although it be 3 officers, to be in a limbo mode. So, whatever decision the town decides or the select board decides to head forward with, I think it needs to, happen in a timely manner, just to make sure that those officers have a feeling and a sense of security within their own job. We have 3 great officers with the department, and my purpose in doing this would just simply to keep their minds at ease and continue to move forward with the police department.
Thank you, Dan. Are Rita and April, are you ready to vote on having an officer in charge at this moment? As of, it's March 6th, I think, the date from on Dan's resignation letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I make a motion that we appoint an officer in charge as of the resignation of the police chief of March 6th, and that officer in charge be Dan Fernandez.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? No? All in favor? Roll call.
Farrell, I.
Fine, aye.
Makepeace O'Neill, aye. Okay, perfect.
So that's all done.
That's done. So we have a plan at least to move forward in continuity of operations for the police department. And Rita, you had suggested that we talk about structure of how to move forward on the other 2, which is the information for sheriff chief and the information for the chief search, if that's where we're headed.
Yeah, it's sort of this the shared, what the options are, and I haven't really put any sort of shape to a proposal, but I could do kind of an outline, that maybe we could talk about at the next and work with Becky, and maybe if I put something out to the board members, you could just in conformance with open meeting law, get me some comments back, and then we could talk about it at our next meeting about what this might look like, kind of our research community process.
Because it seems like, we've got 2 things to tease out. One is, do we go with the model that we're using now, or do we take the chance to share a chief with another community? Yeah.
Yeah, and the sub options involved in that. So if we go with the model that we have, what are the options to put a officer or to have a chief there? Is it search? Is it promotion? Is there other options that are there? So the sub options of that option. That makes sense.
That's right.
Okay. So because that is kind of the model we used the last time. So the promotion within. So, you know, under full-time police chief, the sub options of that, and then the shared chief also, that, you know, all that information and options within that, sub options that might pop up. Who knows?
Well, and how to involve community input into this process, you know, that clearly we have the kind of, we have a lot of support in involving people in the community on these choices. So we look at making another committee, or, you know, it's
right. And the other thought I had too is the community that the chief is member of. How are we going to, how do we maybe have them involved and ask them questions related to, you know, how would they feel about sharing with us? So double community, you know, at their level. So just a thought I had this afternoon.
Yes. I mean, these choices are going to impact their job.
Yeah.
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 And we've got some good people working for us right now.
We do, right? We do. So we need to add them into the mix of gathering information. Maybe some of their thoughts too.
I agree.
Okay, all right, so can't believe I did this.
Put that all into
No.
a piece
But
of
I
paper.
really volunteer to do something. I will start an outline and then share it. And then we'll move on from there. I know we're meeting, there's a all boards meeting and select board meeting next week.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, Becky, were we talking, or Melissa, would you expect that we would be talking about any of the police department stuff at that meeting? Or what time are we?
Well, you know, the all boards was at 6,
7?
Becky? 7?
30 to 8.
6:30 to 8?
So potentially there's an hour.
So-
And there is some other business issues that will need to be talked about as well. So we might be able to do an update that week, but I think we can try to carve out, you know, we have some open issues like the regional agreement and the solar farm and the solar bylaw. Some conversations around AMP. And so there are other things we need to get to. So I think it'd be realistic to put the next conversation about the police out at least 2 weeks. So there's time to get some work done on the issue. And then hopefully we can come up with, Rita, if I'm working with you, with an outline of the potential, including the shared chief, including what models are out there and the new information people are talking about and how that would impact, you know, what are the other alternatives that we haven't considered yet. So, and whether the committee, if there's a committee formed, whether that committee would have the charge of looking into new alternatives as well as the ones that we've already talked about or not.
Okay, that would be great. That timing would work better for me.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll get.
Yeah, it isn't a conversation we'd want to rush, you know.
Right. So in 2 weeks that we would have, that we would talk about the police at some more length.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
I like that idea. Okay. Okay, so we've started the conversation and we've gotten a bridge plan.
I
Yeah.
hate to bring up, Dan had made a full proposal and your
Oh, I'm
vote
sorry.
was limited to him becoming the officer in charge. I'm not sure if it was, I think the terms of his proposal just are slimmed, you know, a fraction, you know, he just downsized the current chief
Mhm.
situation with a very minimal officer in charge daily stipend.
Mhm.
I just want, I would like the select board to vote on the content and make sure you're comfortable with the contractual agreement.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you
Can
Becky,
we
do you want
just,
us to vote? Okay,
Can we
I'm
just
sorry.
step through that? Again, I know I have it.
Yeah.
And I will pull it up.
I'm sure
Um,
Dan would be happy to go through it with us.
Sure. Yeah, Dan, can you just step through the elements of that, of your proposal? Because, and I think that should be a separate vote anyway.
I
Yep.
think that's a good idea.
I just didn't want to skip it.
Yes, I will. Let me just pull it up in my email. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to just read it out, or do you want to?
Sure, I think that's fine.
Okay. Okay. This is the email in its entirety, read to best of my abilities. I know there have been some changes occurring within the police department. I believe that the Shutesbury Police Department is on solid footing with the current patrol officers, and I have strong faith that they will do their job with honesty and integrity for years to come. With that said, the town should take the appropriate time in order to make the right decision on the future of this department. I'm willing to stay on in a part-time capacity as the town's OIC. I would be willing to come in and handle payroll, billing, and scheduling 8 hours per week. I would also be on call from home at all times, as I am now. Once Officer Johansson is out of the academy, he would be working 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Officer Burgess would work 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 5 days a week for each officer. Officer Alves would work Sunday as he does now. I could put together a full schedule if this is something everybody would be interested in. The compensation I would be looking for this is what my current hourly wage is, which is around $31.25 per hour. I would also ask for a $40 per day stipend for being on call. If I were to come in, I would receive a 4-hour minimum. Now that 4-hour minimum, just so everybody is clear, would only happen if it was an emergency call in, i.e. a unattended death, a fatal accident, stuff that has happened within the past 2.5 years has probably happened 3 times. I would be willing to engage in the arrangement until April 15th. We could discuss a further option at that time. The town of Shutesbury and the amazing people I've met having the opportunity to work here is something that I will carry with me the rest of my life. I'm willing to help this town and department in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Do I hear a motion so then we can discuss this, or should we discuss it and then do a vote, a motion?
So moved that we accept Dan's proposal as stated.
Yes, and I will second that.
Okay. Further discussion, questions for Dan, and any for Becky that we may need to think about?
So I just want to restate so I make sure I understand everything. So we're talking about, Dan, 8 hours a week, $31.25 approximately per hour, $40 per day stipend for being on call. And then if you were to come in the case of an emergency, there's a 4-hour minimum payment. Is that the
Yes.
sum total? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And the 40 hours is 7 days a week, not 5 days a week.
What's that?
The $40 per day stipend is for 7 days a week or 5 days?
No,
a week?
that would be for 6 days a week. I would be there the 7th.
Oh, I see. I see.
We're already here one day.
That's right. I get it. Okay. And this seems like this is well within the budget.
Yeah, I think so. With
Oh, yeah,
not
way under.
having the
So the 8 hours in one day, or the 8 hours in, or we say 8 hours a week, is that, you expect that's one day a week?
I would hope so. Really, I mean, I guess the most important thing for me is to be able to have communication with the officers in the department. So if it ends up that I have to come up 4 hours, I would rather not. But if it ends up I have to come up 4 hours on a Wednesday and 4 hours on a Friday, I would. My initial thought is that I would probably, Friday would be one of the days because it's a normal payroll day for the department as it is now. But if there is, a better time where I can meet with all the officers, then I'd probably come in on a different day. That would all depend on what the schedule ended up looking like, and what the needs of the officers would be going through this transition.
Yeah,
And as the officer in charge, are you on call? Like if there was something that came up that one of the officers had a question, is that you'll be available outside of that 8 hours?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, just as if it is as it is right now, and just as it will continue to be, and I'm become pretty close with the officers I work with now, and I'm sure if they had questions in the future when there is a new chief in, they'd call me anyways. So that to me that goes without saying, but I understand the question. Yes.
Okay, so $240 a week will, for us to have your time to be able to respond on call anytime. All time.
I couldn't really catch that, April. Can you go again with that?
She looks frozen. Oh, there
That
she
was
is.
a little. Yeah. It's cold in here. So it's oh, my internet is unstable. Am I freezing again?
we can hear you.
Everybody. Okay, everybody's freezing. Anyway,
We can hear you.
I just wanted to restate. Okay, it's $240 a week for your being available to the officers if they need you for anything, for a phone call. Nobody can
Yes.
hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, April.
Okay.
It's $4.90 a week with the paid hours and the on call.
Yep.
Rita, did you have a question?
No,
Oh.
I understood that.
I saw your hand.
Oh, sorry, I was just, moving around.
Well, I don't think that's an unreasonable amount of money, asking Dan to be on call to the police officers and to pay him his regular hourly rate to come into town for 8 hours a week.
I don't either.
Yeah, and of course it's unbenefited. That's the big change, right, Dan?
Yes, that'll be unbenefited because it's obviously under the 20-hour threshold. And again, I'm strictly doing this to ensure an easy transition. This is, the numbers I came up with were just simply, divide up my salary now, and then, the $40 a day was just kind of something I felt would be fair. So, this $40 a day essentially, precludes me from really leaving the area.
Right.
So, it isn't, this isn't for the money for me, really. So.
That seems reasonable to me.
We do appreciate the transition offer. It is helping us being able to make a well-informed decision on the other paths. So we do appreciate that. Are we ready to vote on Dan's proposal? Any further questions or such? No? All right. All in favor of accepting Dan's proposal as officer in charge?
Farrell, aye.
Stein, aye.
Makepeace O'Neill, aye. Okay. I think, did we accomplish everything we wanted to today? Thank you, Dan. Did we accomplish we did on our agenda? Shall we open comments to the public? Rita, April, do you feel they've listened to our conversation? Okay.
Yeah.
If you'd like to make comments, please turn your cameras on so I can see your hands. Go ahead, Leslie.
Melissa, can I just?
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. Wait 1 second, Leslie. Go ahead, Dan.
I just wanted to answer a question.
Sure.
I believe it was from Leslie in the beginning. And I don't want to forget the question about LTCs. I'm pretty sure the last meeting we have, I did answer that question in the last meeting. And I just want to make it, clear again. The police department is under no legal obligation to give out any information in regards to LTCs in the town. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Right.
Okay, Leslie.
And my point of clarification, Dan, is I was simply asking for the number of carry permits, no further information than that. And that was information that I then this morning found was on the state website. So I'm a little confused about this. And I don't want to debate about it, but I don't understand your response based on what I've seen on the state website.
Okay, and I understand that. I don't obviously have control over what they do on the state website, but LTCs and information regarding LTCs is exempt from public records law for privacy reasons. I am reading that as so is the number of LTCs in a town.
Yeah, that's okay. We have it. I guess we have different perspectives. What I wanted to say about the matter of the police chief is I think it's important not to put the horse before the cart. I think we need to look at the cart, which the cart to me is the police department. What do we need as a police service? What do we need as a police department in this town? And I think there should at least be some kind of a cursory look at stepping back. What are our needs? And that those some sense of what those needs are should help inform what kind of a police chief we need or we don't need. That was my comment.
Thank you, Leslie.
And I see that as part of the analysis.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were that was where you were leading.
Does anyone else have a comment they'd like? Just raise your hand so I can see you. Rhea and then Mary Jo. Go ahead, Rhea.
Okay, well, bravo, everybody, for getting so far as you did this evening. I'm wondering on the next process, it sounds like you are seriously looking at having more residents involved and helping out in this process. And is that going to be then on Becky's plate to put that out? And does that go on the listserv for the town or next door neighbor? How is that process going to go forward?
I don't remember how we did it the last time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, April.
It would not be a next door neighbor. That's not how we communicate. But I think that the next step is, the three of us are, thank you, Rita, for volunteering to write the structure. And at our meeting in 2 weeks, we're going to give feedback to Becky. And then we will have a better frame at that point. How do we, that's part of, I think, what Rita's going to be drawing up. How do we appoint a committee, and how do, who would be on that committee?
Okay, and so if I could just follow up on that, there's a couple of options to think about. If you're going to be soliciting info from the town, there could be something like a survey that just goes out to the town in that way to collect data, and then have residents come together and do what we're doing here in a Zoom, as I've been meeting with a number of folks in our group. That's about it. All I have to say now, but I'm really proud that everybody's moving so forward and looking at all the options. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Rhea. Go ahead, Rita.
I was just going to say, if anybody is here at this meeting and has ideas, Rhea, such as, what you suggested, feel free to email me at the shutesbury.org, and I will take comments into consideration.
Rita, should they go to the full select board?
Sure, they can go to the full select board. Not, yeah, I would just incorporate it into
Okay, great.
my outline. Yeah, send it to the full select board. Good suggestion.
When we see each other's emails.
We do.
We do.
Please share. Okay, Mary Jo.
Okay, so I'm not all that familiar with the police world, but I do know the church world, and I know that the job of interim in that world is a very special job, usually taken by somebody with many years of experience to help a specific church that's in between leadership to figure out how to do a search, what they're looking for in their next leader. I don't know if that kind of thing exists in the police world, but it seems to me that if you had an experienced professional to work with you as you were interacting with people from the town and working as a committee or however that takes shape, an interim experienced professional could potentially really add to that process. But like I said, I don't know if that exists in the police world or not.
That's a good question. Oh, Walter, go ahead.
Yeah, just more of a comment or not really, I wouldn't pose it as a warning, but a comment that I've been hearing over the last couple of meetings, some terms that are used interchangeable that really shouldn't be. Hear the term shared chief a lot, but it was also brought up in terms of some of the things that Leverett was offering, which is not a shared chief, but contracted police services.
Mhm.
So a shared chief is, if a shared chief is shared between two different towns or two different departments, there is a separate, we'll use Leverett and Shutesbury just as the example. There's a separate Leverett Police Department and there's a separate Shutesbury Police Department. There's one chief that's sharing his time between those departments, but running them basically as two separate departments. A shared services or contracted services is when you have the one chief who is running the police department that is covering both towns. That's when we lose say and control of what is done. We don't have a say then in our police officers who we choose. We don't have a say in policy or how anything is run. So when we look at these things and these different options, please remember that shared chief is a chief that runs two separate departments, and each town has a say in what happens in those departments. And shared or contracted services is something totally different. I just don't want that to get lost, because I've heard many times people talking about, the process of Leverett, Shutesbury, and Wendell and all that, and talking about referring to it as shared chief. It's not a shared chief. It's shared police services or contracted police services where we lose say. I just want to make that clarification that shared chief and services are two different things.
I think that's helpful, because as I was reading the report from '04, it was looking at regionalizing versus contracting. I think that, and regionalizing is a complex, but I think that's the shared chief that you're talking about.
No, regionalizing
that's even
would be
different.
having one department.
B.
Shared or contracted services is similar to regionalization. A shared chief is just, I use a perfect example. It's happening a lot in the fire department. We'll use New Salem and Wendell. They have a shared chief. Joe Cuneo is the chief of the Wendell Fire Department. He's chief of the New Salem Fire Department. he runs those departments as separate departments. They're separate, you know, because each town has its own budgets, its own policies, everything else. It's one person taking two separate jobs that are very similar. Whereas a regionalization would be if you took Wendell and New Salem and combined them as the one fire department. It gets very, very tricky when you do stuff like that for financial reasons and equipment and who pays for what. Everything really has to be spelled out very, very, you know, finite there. And it's one department responding to calls in both towns. It's a regional department or shared or contracted services. If one town has nothing, like Wendell really, in a sense, has nothing for a police department, and they contracted Leverett to cover their town.
Melissa, I think this is what we're going to be talking about. I am about to, my battery is about to go out.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm gonna be out of here in just a couple of minutes, unfortunately.
I
So
think Walter's on a good thing. Maybe we should define these we should define these things so that we're using the proper terms.
That's all I'm worried about, is that we
Okay.
start calling something one thing and it's not that.
I think that's a great idea, and that way we'll have a definition of what, as we use the terms going forward. I think that's a smart idea.
Okay.
Before we lose Rita, was there anybody else that had another comment? I don't want to lose you yet.
it's gonna be very soon.
Okay.
Otherwise,
else
I'm wandering
public
around here trying
comment?
to find the
Raise
charger.
hand. Okay, hearing none, I think, or Kate, you just turned on your photo? Did you have a comment? No? Okay. Becky, is there anything else we need to cover really quickly in police or non-police in any way?
I think the rest will hold for 2 weeks from tonight.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Fine.
Okay, so I think we're ready to adjourn. Does it
Yeah.
feel good
Yeah.
to adjourn?
Motion to
Consensus there?
adjourn.
Okay,
I'll second that before you disappear.
okay, all in favor?
Farrell, aye.
Stein, aye.
Makepeace O'Neill, aye.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you. Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you so many people for coming.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Where's my buttons?
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Christine.
I think my finance committee is on the same channel, so I'm gonna hold for a second.
Leave the mic over. And then plug it. And then click leave the meeting again.
So I kept the same email, Zoom open for this meeting, right?
I'm just gonna make a quick comment because I'm gonna head.
Are you there, Susie? Are you here for finance?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm in the right place. I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to get out of the meeting because finance committee was about ready to explode onto the scene. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hello. Hi, Jim.
Jim,
How is everybody?
Good.
snowed.
Hey, George, I tried, I found Brushy Mountain on, 2 days ago after,
Oh, nice.
yeah, that was nice up there. It's a nice discovery.
Yeah. You skied it?
Yes,
Yeah, it's a great ski,
yeah. Probably greater now. A couple more inches of snow.
I would think.
Mhm.
Fresh powder.
Were there
Yeah.
a lot of tracks up there?
There was snowmobile tracks, probably mostly snowmobile, but there was a couple of ski tracks and snowshoes.
Had the snowmobile ones iced over?
Yeah, it was pretty slick.
Mm.
The day I went.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you ski all the way from the Rattlesnake Gutter or just from the Leverett end? I'm at the other end, the southern end.
Yeah, from Leverett, from number 6 road.
Yeah,
There's-
number 6, yeah. Mhm.
There's a gate, there's one of those yellow gates there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Think
never
about it.
gone up that way. I always go from Montague Road.
Uh-huh. Rattlesnake, that must be a pretty long one. Is it from Rattlesnake? Rattlesnake Gutter?
A fair distance, but there's a bit of an uphill just to get to the top of Brushy Mountain, from Rattlesnake Gutter. But it's, it's a good road, and Coles has used it for logging because they own most of the real estate up there, on Brushy Mountain. And they've been doing quite a bit of work up in that area.
Uh-huh. Cool. Let's see, one,
We're all here.
looks like we have everybody missing. Becky must be out there somewhere.
Snow shoveling, maybe.
There you go.
Again.
Again.
She said she'd be right back.
Yeah.
Yep. for sure.
She is.
Mhm.
Better?
Is that you, Becky?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, the meetings almost overlap, but I can only have, I have to give you guys the same. Anyway. Still a lot of commotion around here.
Beautiful.
How's everybody tonight? Everybody recovered from Saturday?
Oh. Oh.
If it's possible.
Easy.
I guess tonight's their budget hearing, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel bad. I would have gone if we weren't here. Steve's there.
Gotcha.
Whose budget hearing?
The
Eric.
Regional.
Regional school.
In fact, let me go remind Melissa, because I think she's going to go listen.
Hmm.
Um,
I think we're gonna call our meeting to order.
Mhm.
Good. Well, I think in about 10 minutes, we have our first budget review for this evening, I think with the collector.
Mhm.
So maybe in the meantime, we can go through minutes that AJ sent yesterday.
Yeah.
Did everybody get a chance to take a look or?
I did.
I have a couple suggestions.
Great.
In part 2, when we were talking about why the electricity line was overspent or was highly spent, I think we should mention that it was guess that it was the mini splits cooling. So that helps frame it. As far as I remember, that's what we decided was that.
Sorry, Susie, I'm just getting caught up here. Can you just repeat that one more time? It was
So
the electricity line being
already
overspent?
spent, well, it's already spent at 71% and probably because of mini split cooling.
Okay, great, thanks.
I had a comment in section 3 under unemployment.
All right.
Um,
Yep, go
I think
ahead.
it was, I just wanted to maybe expand on one of the bullets. It's bullet number 3,
Mhm.
for your self-funding the liability. I think Ryan said that he was going to do an analysis to see if what was the better method, self-funding versus unemployment insurance. So I thought maybe a sentence, the treasurer was going to, what I just said.
Yep.
I just want to make a comment about section 6 about the 4-town meeting prep that we did that on the 26th. Just reading the minutes, I tried to recollect what was said. I think my recollection is that we had a pretty much of a consensus that we were going to be firm in our and listen, but be going for some significant progress towards statutory. And I don't see that.
Yeah, I think
get that gist from those minutes. So, I mean, I would just propose that we just add a paragraph like that, something to that effect. I don't know if anybody else thinks that's true or not, but that was my impression.
Well, I thought Susie covered it. You know, this comment by Susie covered that, the second bullet.
I can add like maybe a final bullet saying, after some general discussion, there's consensus that the town will advocate for a significant step towards the statutory method in FY22 and full 100% statutory shortly after, or something like that.
I think that was the final kind of consensus of our meeting. So that would be great as far as I'm
I think
concerned.
that's fair, yeah.
I'm not comfortable with the word consensus because that is not what I felt comfortable with. I didn't spend a lot of time more arguing. I thought all the points were presented, but it wasn't a consensus for me.
Okay.
Also,
Yeah, how about general agreement? I don't know if that would be sufficient, or if that's. I just felt that was the upshot of the meeting. So is that okay, Becky, Susie, for your point of view?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. In number 5, in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th but bullet, the reason open space volunteers were only asking for 2,000, even though the cost was going to be 2,500, is that they were going to volunteer to do the work of $500 worth of the services. So that is how a lot of stuff in town happens, that volunteers do stuff and save us money. So I feel like that would be important to put in. Open space volunteers will provide $500 of service.
Right, and that was going to be for like the data entry or something along
Yeah.
those lines? Yeah. Okay.
And I'd like to go back to 6, planning for the 4-town meeting. In that second bullet, we describe it as 100% statutory, but I think we need to be really clear that it's 100% of the 5-year rolling statutory method. Five-year rolling minimum contribution. But I just 5-year rolling just to differentiate it from the actual statutory.
Yeah.
I just had a minor, wait for AJ to finish up.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a minor on issue, number 7, future meetings. Those first 2 listed were prior meetings.
Oh, yeah.
So
I think this is a cut and paste issue.
yeah, maybe just zap those first 2.
Thanks, yeah.
And
Then you can edit the spelling of Les Luchonic in the bullet just above that, put on the K.
Yep, thanks. Sorry, Leslie, if you're here.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
And then one other suggestion I had for under 4, with Roman numeral IV, is that I believe Kevin said that he was going to hire a consultant to do that special assessment. So I think maybe we should mention that.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it was very good.
Well, the only thing I would add is back to number 7. If we could add the future meetings, maybe on this meeting's notes, just as a reminder, because it's nice to see this and remind us what's coming up.
Yep.
If you don't mind.
Oh, that sounds good.
I did want to mention, I noticed that with all the upgrade scale Fleischecker has made to the FinCom page,
Yeah.
the calendar that used to always be on the FinCom page is no longer there. And maybe you would like to put it back? I don't know.
The problem, I would say, in putting that calendar there is every time there's a change, a different department comes or a meeting date changes, it has to be edited. And it's very hard to keep track of editing yet another piece. So I wonder how else the public could be informed.
As far as for our, informed about our meetings or?
Yeah.
Well, because all of our meetings are on the calendar, section.
Right, right. And to
I guess that would be my question is where the meetings are posted now in the calendar section of the Shutesbury site, is that not adequate for our needs?
It just allows a longer view was what having the whole calendar laid out was on the FinCom webpage. But I'm just going to suggest that it's hard to keep up with editing things because this is it changes.
Yeah, so you got to put subject to change on that.
Guess again. They can also tell them to go to the town web calendar for most.
Yeah, please check town calendar. Right?
Yeah, I guess I never really noticed the calendar on the finance committee site myself. I've never been involved with that myself. I don't know how many others have.
In the past, it was laid out, that initial thing that we decide when every meeting will be and when every department will be, that used to also be on the web page.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Does not sound like it's a burning issue for you guys.
No. Since it's mostly misleading.
And it does require maintenance, which we don't always have time to do.
Anything else on minutes?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve them as amended.
I'll second it.
Okay. We'll go ahead and vote.
Urbanitis, aye.
Bertier, aye.
Groves, aye.
Hemingway, aye.
Cashew, aye.
Mosier, aye.
Walton, aye. Okay, Susie, do we have collector available?
You're asking me.
Oh, I'm so,
No, you're not asking me.
Tonight, Susie and I look alike, I think.
oh my God.
I'm gonna go get a hat.
Collector is
Ellen.
Ellen. And I will, I talked to her about it yesterday and today, so I thought she was all set. Let me go make a phone call.
Or do we know about Gail?
Early.
No, we talked about 7:10.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Gail's definitely on track for 7:30. She'll be zooming in.
Okay.
Let's check. Okay. Yeah.
How about them Bucks, huh?
What happened?
Super Bowl, remember?
Oh, those Bucks. Milwaukee.
You mean the Tampa Bay Patriots?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, when you mention Bucks at a FinCom meeting, people might have the wrong.
That's
take.
true. It's funny that Brady gets all the credit when the defense held KC to a record low score.
That was incredible. I
Yeah.
had no idea.
They get as much credit in my mind as Brady ever should.
I can't believe they gave him the MVP. He's not who won the game.
No, I agree. Kansas City didn't show up. It didn't seem.
Well, they were just stuffed by the.
It was the pass rush.
Yeah.
Every time he dropped back, he
had a lot of pressure.
had people in his face. Yeah.
Imagine
How
if
many
Brady had
times
that
did he get
pressure on him.
sacked?
Yeah. No, that
I
was
hate it when
that was
Super
a
Bowl's
pretty
boring.
stellar performance by their defense.
Yeah.
Celtics Utah tonight. It's gonna be a good game.
What game is it now? Utah. Yeah,
Celtics are playing Utah tonight.
best team in the league, right?
Yep. They only have 4 losses.
Utah is?
Yeah.
They only have 4 losses.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Celtics had a pretty good road trip. They win tonight, they'd have a winning road trip against some pretty good teams.
Yes. 3 out of 5 would be good.
Yeah. Oh, Les, I'm sorry. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, hear me now?
Yeah.
There seemed to be a lag in the business conversation, so there was one public comment I wanted to make tonight. You all saw the email that I wrote with admiration for all of you. And one of the things that struck me was Jim, after hearing the other 3 towns, and you knew whatever you're going to say was not going to make anybody happy, and there was really strong pushback, after you presented the town's position. But what was really cool, I thought, was there was a response by a sense of team of people, and it wasn't you having to defend, you had George, you had Becky, you had Melody. It was like a team response, and I was really impressed by that. I thought that was really, really good. And the suggestion is, I don't have any idea how this is going to play out, but it certainly, and I said this to the Board of Selectmen at their meeting earlier, is it would make great good sense to me for Finance Committee or someone to just sit down and lay out, the things that were said. There's a recording of the meeting, but I think just to prepare for going forward, just writing out, the town's position, so there's a really clear sense of that going into the next meeting, because, Shutesbury made no friends last Saturday. And I think we need to be ready to, to move forward in some way. That's my 2 cents.
Yep.
Looks like Becky's still tracking her down.
It's a small town.
Well, hopefully we will have time to talk about Saturday on this agenda. Jim, is that true?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I do have an item called February 6th 4 town meeting debrief. Yeah. So we should have time. I don't expect either one of these. We've got collector and accountant for tech or for budget reviews tonight. We've got first cut revenue projections for the next fiscal year that might take some time. That and the expense side, first cut expenses, that could take some time. We've got expense report, but we could move the debrief up. Maybe we want to make sure we do the debrief, I would think, just because it's still sort of fresh with all of us. Does that make sense?
Good idea.
Make sure we get to that tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed the bulletin, just on that subject, that the headline of the bulletin was that Amherst revenues looked pretty good this year, that they were surprisingly on track to, except for a couple small items, but they were pretty strong. So that was a little bit of a surprise, and certainly is an important fact to remember going forward.
Is that new information, Bob? That
Oh, it's
just-
new to me. I picked up the paper Saturday morning after a meeting and looked at that and I said, whoa, this is the bulletin.
Well, that's interesting. The revenues are looking good. And then if you look at their, the state, the initial go around, the governors on the cherry sheet for the first go around, that looks fairly positive.
That's right. And then Becky pointed out that the state money from the lottery was held intact. They were worried about that as a potential loss of revenue. So I think that those three facts combined show that Amherst revenue is in pretty good shape this year.
Yeah.
I have an update.
Okay.
I think the best thing, if we could just, it's already 20 after. Ellen, with the snow and everything today, she left early and forgot about the meeting. So we're gonna have Gail come in at 7:30 and then have Ellen come in after her, because I had to email over her budget because she didn't have it. And I sent it to her town email, not her home email, so I resent it. So if we could just adjust the schedule, have her after Gail, and continue on with your discussion the next 10 minutes, if that's acceptable. I think that will all work out.
Is that okay with, that good with everybody?
Yeah.
All right. So do we want to continue on this topic or this,
Can we squeeze it in 10 minutes?
on the debrief topic or?
Sure.
I was surprised to hear how many people were talking about the budget. There's a lot of people who are questioning the regional budget, more than I've heard in previous meetings. That was one big surprise to me. Yeah, I was disappointed with Amherst. I kind of hoping they were going to loosen up when we saw these new numbers. I was definitely disappointed with that. But, I was surprised at how many people don't understand this issue about the assessment. It seems like there's been a lot of turnover in the 2 years that whatever period of time it was that I was gone. And there's people bringing up the same old arguments that I thought were put to bed. That's kind of what prompted me to speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
George, what did you think of Mandy Joe's comment about Amherst spending 22,000 per student versus 18K for Long Meadow and, generally lower amounts all the way around?
They like to compare themselves to Long Meadow, as Becky pointed out to me in the past, but they're not Long Meadow. Their demographic is so different than Long Meadow. Number of special ed students, number of ethnicities in Amherst is much more diverse than it is in Long Meadow. I mean, I haven't been in the Springfield area in a while, but Long Meadow is pretty white. And, it's a lot of doctors and lawyers working in Springfield. It's a lot of executives in Springfield. There's a lot of big homes, and those kids there's a lot of kids in Amherst that just have much greater needs than kids in Long Meadow. So I thought Michael was right in his response.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susie.
I think that we can start off with the understanding that 13 town council members are now involved and they are new. And each time they discover something, they think they've discovered the Rosetta Stone. And they haven't particularly gone back to learn the history. And I think that's a huge piece for both us because there are new people on our committee. But I think that was part of what was at play. That was them getting their feet wet in the arguments and not a, I wish people would trust that there's a reason for how we got to where we are, but instead they think they find the key to solving it or the key that's a problem. And so that permeated a lot of what was going on. So when you say a lot of people question the budget, I think it's coming from the same place where they couldn't understand where we would have gotten this idea of a change in the agreement. Somebody like Andy Steinberg does know where that came from, and I think it's important for us to represent the history and to make a short presentation to bring them up to speed. And you really think about, we didn't do any prep for them, but I think you can pretty much assume in all government, the changeover creates a wave of ignorance, and the way people often deal with it is they assert, and it's like, well, no, you don't know where this is coming from. You can't just assert that.
Yeah, I think AJ, I think you had.
Yeah, I totally agree that there's an opportunity to do a little public education about this issue. And I was going to suggest that, we, I don't know in terms of the timing, if it's practical for this year, but I think some kind of a fact sheet or short brief that lays out some of the history and some of the logic. And I think particularly the history, and Bob, you've often described a kind of grassroots effort around the state that led to the passing of the bill and creation of the statutory method. And I think actually having some of that history documented in like a short one-page kind of brief or something would be a valuable tool for us to have moving forward. And I think there's a lot of that material probably exists in the kind of various PowerPoints that we've all seen come out of the different working groups that have like been on this. So I think there's a lot of stuff there, but just putting it together and making it available, I think would be useful. And then I just had one final just comment, which is that I thought Saturday was from my vantage point I think we did the best job that I've heard us do of hitting the equity argument and justification for the statutory method. And I was, and I at least felt like, and even reading a little bit of the press after the meeting, that issue, does, I think, resonate with at least some people. And I think when I've sort of in previous meetings and just hearing about this issue before I joined the FinCom, I always felt uncomfortable that the issue was getting debated more in terms of, what benefits this town versus what benefits that town. And not enough of the argument was about what's the fair, equitable way to do this. And I think on Saturday, that was kind of the strongest case I've heard our town make for why our support for this method, has a lot to do with the fact that it's the fairest and most equitable approach.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with everything that's been said, both by Susie and AJ, particularly that idea of a one-page sort of brief sheet to explain what the law is, the history of the law, the history of our engagement on this issue. I think that would be very useful. Something maybe we should work on. Also, I just want to agree with them about the equity issue being expressed well at town meeting, at that town meeting. But I also want to comment on Andy Steinberg's performance, which I think is really inexcusable because he knows the history of all this, and he's very influential on that council, I'm sure. So we have to, I personally want to focus on him and make him understand in a civil way that his remarks are not really well received. Like the idea that we got to go back to the beginning of the region and use the original document, like as if there was the Constitution, like when women couldn't vote somehow. The bill that created the statutory method was called the Education Reform Act. So we have to make sure that everybody understands that this was an attempt by the state legislature to reform the way these things are done, the way assessments are created. And that was somewhat, I think, disingenuous of him to bring that argument up. And he has to be held to account and we have to answer that presentation that he made. And the idea that the region was going to be dissolved, I think, is another disingenuous bluff, because frankly, I don't think he could even do that if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the demographic shift, which resulting in challenges for enrollment. The last thing they need is a town to leave the region. I mean, that's silly. So that did impress me, that his performance was very disappointing. I think that Becky put it well, So I don't know what we're going to do about that, but I think just wanted to focus on that for a minute here.
Yeah. Susie,
I'd like to get back to this and I have a suggestion I want to make. But since Gail is here, I hope we can come back to it after Gail.
yeah, I guess I was going to suggest, in addition to a document, Becky, what do you think about the next meeting, the next 4-town meeting, have an agenda item right on the agenda that talks about, history? Is it worth having a discussion with Michael or Doug and say, hey, obviously there's some people that don't understand how we got here. Do we need to spend some time to go back and make sure everybody's on the same page as far as how we got here?
What I proposed to the select board and talked to George about, and maybe I touched base with Susie. I'm proposing, and select board agrees that would be a great idea if we reach out to DESE, get someone to lead a workshop on ed reform and the statutory formula, and request and reach out to Mike Morris and request that the region sponsor it. We did this at least once or twice during this last 8-10 year process, and it was greatly instrumental for us to get a handle on statutory. Leverett didn't show up for that educational meeting, and others did. But I think it's really important to reach out with a sense of, okay, we really hear that you have no clue what we're talking about. And since we've been at it for 8 or 10 years, we'd like to sit down with you and start from the beginning and have someone like Roger Hatch, who was the expert and wrote the ed reform law, come in and break it down into language that they can understand. And have that as a first step in responding to Andy. I do, after we deal with Gail, after we hear the wonderful presentations by Gail and Ellen.
It's only like 3 items.
I did have an email response from Andy on Saturday. He wanted to initiate a conversation with me. He had a very different tone in the email, but it's still, I'd like to read that to you in the beginning when we go back to the subject after the budgets, if that would be acceptable.
Okay. All right, so we want to pick that up after the 2 budget reviews. We'll pick up where Becky,
Yes.
where you left off.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Gail, how did you put it, Becky? We have to deal with?
Well, I have 3 items.
No?
Basically, the big one in my budget, the budget busters, my soft right fees, and which goes up 7%. It's out of my control. It goes up 7% every year. And then usually about 150 for toner. But there's a new item this year. I'm going to be retiring from Orange, which means they used to pay for my certification fees and such. So I'm going to be splitting with Pelham. It's a $400 school. I'll be splitting with Pelham, 200 with you folks, 200 with Pelham. And that's where the extra is coming in.
Just curious, Gail, why is it a 7% increase every year?
I don't know. That's what they do. I've got the documentation since day one. And I can forward that to you folks.
It's a good business plan, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I know other ones. I know the one that I work with in Orange, we're contracted 3 years, but these guys just don't do that.
Different kind of inflation.
Yeah.
The number, what's the 7% this year? What does that amount to?
It amounts to
266.
approximately 4350.
So over last year, it would be
266. It's on what Gail sent us on the second page.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's attached. It's just everything that I've done since.
Well, no, so
every year.
It's for FY22.
Right.
The difference is from 220. No, that's not matching up either.
Well, what I do is goes right through the end of the year, and then I just add the
7%. So I figure you add about 250 to it. So I came up with, where is that?
Oh, I see. That 266 is last year's increase. So
Yeah. So it's about, with the 7%, it's about 43.50 for the Excella fee. And then about 150 for my toner, and the 200 to split with Pelham.
yeah, it's about $290 higher than last year.
But part of it is, well, the fee itself.
Yes,
Right.
plus another 200.
Okay,
Okay.
Seems straightforward to me.
Yep, me too.
thank you.
Very efficient.
Well, it's like I said, there's not much to my budget. Just keep me going to my computer and I'm fine. And my certification now.
Yeah, you're just lucky that you get, basically, it sounds like only all you need is like one thing of toner a year, which is
Well, I
amazing.
do use more, and Becky's always been helpful. And
Oh.
if I'm really desperate, I'm sure if I'm, Ryan may help me out. So,
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured because, I know what I go through a year.
oh yeah, yeah. And I try to be conscious of what I use for paper and such. So, yeah.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Thank goodness you're not leaving us.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, not for a few years. You're lucky. My husband's a year younger and on Social Security, so he'll be like 4 or 5 years behind me. But after that, I can't guarantee anything. I want to go home to Maine. So, yeah,
We understand.
yeah,
Thanks.
Well,
Well,
we're
thank you.
glad we have you now.
yeah.
Yes, thank God.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Gail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank
Good night.
you. Bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah,
No,
it's what,
Thursday.
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 Unless you really need me up there.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Becky, are you going to email me that? Or have you?
I did.
You did, okay, let me see if it's in.
Oh, dear God.
No,
Uh-oh.
did you email it to the right, to Dr. L&M?
Yeah.
I keep disappearing because I'm
Maybe
running
you
two
can put it on the
screens.
screen. Share, screen share.
That would be a good idea.
I thought I'd sent it.
You'd said, wait till 7:45, that you'd send it then, so I thought you were gonna send it after Gail.
No, I've sent it once, but I'm not sure. It's
Well,
DRELLENM.
Yeah, at AOL.com. But it hasn't come in.
Come on.
Our computer's fun. There are times when I really think that I could carry it on via a pack mule faster than it takes either US mail or email to get to people. Incidentally, before I forget, to all those people I haven't seen since the first of the year, Happy New Year. I was told by a gentleman today at work, he called me with a question, and he said in his home country, which is Venezuela, no matter when during the year you see somebody that you hadn't talked to before, you always wish them a Happy New Year. I thought it was kind of a neat thing. So even if it's May or June, you still say Happy New Year.
That sounds nice. Oh,
It does sound nice, doesn't it?
yeah.
Kind of a neat idea. Because
Becky, I could, if you let me share the screen, I could put it up on the screen.
Let me see
Yeah,
if
that's
it's
a
in
great
yet.
idea. I've sent it twice. I'm not sure where it's, and I have the,
Well, let me, it wouldn't be coming in under spam, and it's not coming in under new mail.
it's probably
So
going straight to junk.
No, I checked spam and it wasn't there. Well, let me look at junk or whatever else I have here that could be at this junk. No, not there.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, there it is.
Jim's got it ready.
Oh,
Can you
wonderful.
guys, can you guys see this?
Okay,
Can see
there,
it, yeah.
yeah.
Is it big enough?
It's fine, for me anyway. I can't see all your lovely faces, but that's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was silly and I didn't even catch the fact it was today. So. Okay, do you want me to go down this or how do you want to do this? To everybody who I can't see.
So your current year budget is 22,830.
Okay,
So I
yeah,
was curious where the increases were.
okay, well,
Yeah, that's it. It looks like it's about an 8%. Is there about an 8%?
I don't worry about the percent. Let me explain.
Oh,
First
okay.
of all, my computer maintenance went up this year after I had already set my budget and you had set my budget. So I had to take it out of other pieces in order to make it. And this is based on this past year's, the 9877. I don't remember what it was last year. But it was less than that. And they usually let me know sometime in January, you know, what the new amount's going to be, and they haven't done it. And last year when I called in January or February, they still didn't know. So I never know really till I get the bill what it's going to be. So I'm basing this totally on what I had to spend during fiscal 21.
Does that mean, Ellen, that you might end up running above budget in 21?
No, probably not. Probably not, because some of these other things are guesstimates based, actually, as you see, most of them are based on either fiscal 20 or fiscal 21 actual expenditures. So sometimes I don't spend as much, you know, maybe I don't need one cartridge for my printer, for example, which is $250. So you never know, you know, what I'm going to need, like in office supplies. Let's see, the other thing, okay, this time I have both filings for tax takings and the newspaper legal document. This year, fiscal 21, when I did my taking, it was a large taking. There were 15 parcels, 10 people. And frankly, they were almost all delinquent, people who had been delinquent in the past. And so it had nothing to do with COVID. And the total cost of the takings was, let's see, it was $1,550 for the registering at the Registry of Deeds, because that's gone up from $75 to $105 per taking. The newspaper cost was over $1,200. The newspaper is frightfully expensive. We are trying, my association is trying to get it so that you wouldn't have to do it this way. You could just do the posting like we always do in prominent places in town, and also put it on our website. But the newspaper lobby, unfortunately, is too strong, and the legislators won't listen to us. So as a result, the cost of doing any kind of a newspaper ad is frightfully expensive. So I was talking to Becky on this, and I said, well, what do I do? Do I take all of it? Do I take part of it in the budget? Or do I take it all out of the tax title account that Ryan runs? And so what we basically decided to do was take the $2,000, $1,000 and $1,000, and let, if it goes over, then I'll take it out of tax title that Ryan handles. Normally, that's just for the expense of the lawyer and all for the actual, once they're in tax title. But unfortunately, with the costs, they're going to have to be that way. And that was an extra $1,000. Last year, I think I only had that as $1,000. So this year we have two pieces of it for $2,000. And I don't know how much, you don't know how much it's going to be till you do it, which is in the fall. So I never know what it's going to be. Other than that, I can't think of what else would have gone up. Postage, I don't think went up. It was based on the 2020 expenditures. Everything's based on expenditures of one of the previous years, either fiscal 21 or fiscal 20. Because these
Bob, did you have a question?
Just wanted to ask Ellen a couple of questions. Ellen,
go ahead.
Yeah.
One, it seems like you have more takings than in the past. Is that true, or is it?
I had more this past year, and I can't tell you why. As I said, it didn't seem to have to do with COVID, because these were people who never contacted me, never said, hey, I need help, or I'll set up a payment plan. They just ignored me through all the processes, all the letters, all the certifieds, everything else I sent them, they ignored me. And many of those people were what I call the chronic delinquents. They've been on tax title before, they're on it again. And according to Ryan, I don't think he's received many full payments of the accounts yet.
Right.
And yet we even wrote them a letter saying, you know, it's now in Ryan's hands. Here's how you reach him. Everything else to tell these people how they can do it. And, you know, and they're not even contacting him. So I can't address why it happened. And I really don't think it was COVID because as I say, they're chronic delinquents.
Right. But
And I do everything statutorily and I have to do everything the same for everybody. I can't pick out, well, this one may be in trouble, so I can't do it. No, you don't do that. You can't do that. You can get into trouble as a collector doing that. You have to treat everybody the same.
I understand. I appreciate that. I just think that maybe COVID does have something to do with people who might have been delinquent in the past being especially delinquent in greater numbers this year. But that's just an observation. The other question I had for you was, what is computer maintenance? What does that mean?
Okay, my computer company, for example, receives the file from the assessors, converts it over so that I can print the tax bills and create the commitment and post to it and everything else. On the excise, my company gets the information from the registry of motor vehicles and does the same thing, converts it over so that I can then use it to post to and to print the bills and everything. That's what it is. That's what they do.
Okay, so this is like data management or something like that. It's not
Well,
the actual-
also data management and data massaging to handle what comes in the original form. I know the registry at least used to come in on tape. I don't know how they come in now to my client, my company. I really don't. I know that the assessors email their files, which don't look anything at all like my files, I might add, over to my people, and then they have to do something magic with it and make it so that it can work for me.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's an expense. I know it's a huge expense.
Well, I just thought when you said computer maintenance, you're talking about somebody changing the oil on your computer.
Oh, no. That comes out of, I believe that comes out of a computer account that is administered probably by Becky. No,
Okay.
this is, when I say computer maintenance, this is the big stuff that causes me to be able to generate the tax bills and
This is more
post to them.
software.
Yeah,
Pardon? It's a software. But it's not software as we think of it.
Data.
Whose
Yes,
software is it? What company?
Point Software out of East Longmeadow.
Oh, Point Software.
I've
Okay.
had them forever.
Is there competition? Or are they specialize?
Yeah, there
in-
are, but yeah, there are like Vadar, but Vadar, the initial cost of converting to Vadar is astronomical. Like it's in 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 dollars. And then I don't even know what their yearly is because I don't deal with them. But it was when I had it in another town, it was very expensive. And furthermore, their what do I want to call it? Their interaction with the collector and with me as a collector was terrible. I mean, they really just were not good at that.
Yeah, Susie.
Ellen, I know that there's been some thought about having an assistant collector. And I wondered where that idea was at this point in time.
Well, at this point, we don't dare do anything because we can't bring anyone in the building.
Mhm. So it's not in your plan for FY20?
Well, I'd love to have it in the plan, but when we don't know when we're going to open the building. So I prefer that small budget item stay there for next year. And then hopefully we're going to be able to get somebody in.
Mhm.
But, as soon with us shut down, and I don't want to take the chance of, because needless to say, I'd have to work closely with this person.
Right.
And I don't want to do it with anyone, thank you, that's not in my town hall pod, so to speak.
Mhm.
I think you can understand that.
Yeah, Jim.
For those takings that you mentioned,
Yeah.
do we ever break even on that? I mean, all the cost of and expense of doing it and executing it is, which you've mentioned. Do we ever wind up at least breaking even?
Yes, because those costs go right onto the bill that the person who redeems it has to pay.
Oh,
So assuming they get redeemed, then yes, it does. Or when it gets sold, or if it gets taken and then sold or what have you, then yes, it does get redeemed sometime.
mhm.
Never, then that's up to the treasurer when that happens.
But you have to renew the funds because you don't get, it doesn't get redeemed back to your account.
No, and nothing gets redeemed back to my account.
Yes, I understand.
So these are one-shot things that don't, I mean.
You have to replenish.
Ryan's got something that apparently is a revolving account, I believe now. Am I right, Becky? Is his tax title account a revolving account?
No.
No.
He added it to his budget too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when we get money back, it'll sometimes, be like $50,000. So some years you have a lot of money come in at once.
Yeah, but some of that is the taxes per se, but the fees also, everything has to get collected in order to redeem the lien.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, Alan, I just not exactly directly related to the budget, but what is delinquency rate now as compared to past? Is it comparable to the past or?
For last fiscal year, yeah, it was comparable. This year, of course, I don't know because we're still in the middle of this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no idea what it's going to look like because we just finished the third quarter.
Yeah.
I don't know that until after June 30th
Okay.
for this fiscal year. But it was just about the same as last year. It really was. It's just that people did not respond like sometimes they do to the last minute notices they get and the letters they get and all the other thing after it's gone demand. And then, I go through a whole process giving them an extra month and all this stuff. And the letter for the extra month clearly says, call me. And they didn't. So then we go through the whole sending them a certified letter with a copy of the ad, and they still didn't contact. And some of them don't even pick up the ad, pick up the certified letter. So, that was a little bit higher than normal. But the percentage of actual collections was just about the same.
Okay.
COVID really didn't affect it. Thank goodness.
Yep.
Anybody else? No. Okay, who's sharing it? Who's sharing this? I don't even know.
No, I'm still digesting.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense. So they say there's an 8% increase from this current year. And the big jumps are
the $1,000 in the area of tax taking.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the amount was on the computer maintenance, quote unquote. I don't know how much that was.
Yeah. Now you say $1,000. What was the $1,000? What was it?
It was I just had 1,000 in there for both the filings and newspaper, one item for $1,000.
Okay, so
and then I would take the other right out of Ryan's money.
Okay, so you had 1,000 between those two items.
Yes, I only had it as one item.
Okay,
so that's tax taking or something.
Yeah, so that accounts for more than half
Yeah.
of the increase.
Yeah, and the other, there was, as I said, the computer maintenance went up. I don't know what else went up. Did postage go up at all?
Don't you buy forever stamps?
Of course I do, but I still have to do envelopes.
It goes pretty quick.
Envelopes go pretty quick, let me tell you, in my office.
Did you notice I sent you a bundle of envelopes, Ellen, about 20?
I'm sorry?
I sent you a bundle of envelopes in the.
Yeah, but those were the stuffers. Those weren't the stamped envelopes I use on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate it. Anybody who has clean return envelopes and don't use them, give them back to me. I always reuse them along with my inserts. I really appreciate it. You can put them in the outside box or in the inside box, in my inside box. It's really helpful.
Ellen, I have your budget from last year.
Yeah.
Banking fees were $4,220, so that went up $100.
Yeah.
Computer maintenance was $9,450.
Okay, so that's 420 up.
427.
Okay.
So that's about a 5%. That's about a 5% increase.
$1,000, and then the $1,000 for the ad for tax title. So it's $1,527.
I try to keep it the same, but your expenses go up.
Yeah.
My banking fees, because people are using the lockbox a lot now, especially. I suspect this year, when I come to the end of the year, my lockbox fee is going to be high. I mean, it's probably going to be over whatever I budgeted, the 4,200. Because it's at least $300 a month, and a lot of times it's up over $4 if we have, if I have a lot of stuff coming in, and a lot of people are using that because of not being able to get up to the town hall.
Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns for Ellen? Nothing?
I might add, though, I fully expect that my budget for this fiscal year 21 will probably not be all spent, because there's no, I have $500 in there for travel, but there aren't any conferences to go to yet. So, I can't go to my meetings because there aren't any meetings except the kind online. And I've been taking some online courses that my professional association is doing, and for 5, 10, about 11 Zoom meetings, it's only been $40, which would have been like 5 or 6 meetings, off-site. So I think I'm going to run okay for this fiscal year.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Ellen, thanks very much.
Oh, no problem at all. Sorry to have postponed you the last time, but I still have some meetings that meet by Zoom. And that the Tuesday night happened to be the 4th Tuesday. So it happened to be one of my Zoom meetings that I have to be at 7 o'clock. So that's what happened. If you don't mind, I'm going to stay around, though, because I'm curious to hear what Becky has to say about the thing about the email she received and all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then if you can clean my budget off the screen. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for
Okay.
helping.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Well, Ellen, that was a nice introduction. So maybe back to for Becky.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I was going to share the email that came in from Andy after, okay, which I going to. Okay.
Becky, is this something you want to attach to the minutes? And if so, can you email it to me?
Yeah. For some reason it just. Okay. My apologies. I strayed from the screen to look for Ellen's email. Let me just search. No. I know I'm using up everybody's patience. Gosh. Okay, here we go. This is the bad part about knowing somebody too long. I keep getting an email from 2016. That's the wrong one. Okay, bear with me. I had the perfect intro from Ellen, but I'm blowing it. Okay. It's got to be right in here. Anybody want to guess how many emails I got over the weekend?
Many. I'm still paying off my losses from the Super Bowl, so I'm not going to do any more wagers.
You didn't go for the Bucks?
Oh no, Brady's gone. I go for whoever's against Brady.
Yeah, so do I.
I'll like him. I'll like him long term, but I don't know. It's hard to root for him if he's not in a Patriots uniform.
Yeah, me and Gronk.
He and Gronk too.
Yeah,
Yep.
Gronk. Yeah, he retired, didn't he, the year before?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
You're still a fan of AB, right? Of Antonio Brown, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's another disaster.
Yep.
We had him for one game, right?
Yep.
He looked good in that game.
Yep, then the stories broke.
Yeah. Which one? There's so many.
Yeah, I know.
We've already forgotten about it. It's not like anybody was talking about it after the Super Bowl.
He had a touchdown too, didn't he?
That's right.
He
Three
did.
Patriots.
Well, the
Three
Patriots
did.
guys all had the touchdowns.
Yeah, they did.
They threw them and they caught them.
Yep.
Huh.
This was the third.
Okay, I did find the email.
Okay.
And you were all spared my opinion about Tom Brady. Okay. And I forwarded the email to Select Board and Finance Committee. So here's the email. Hi, Becky. I want to quickly respond to your final comment at the town meeting. Some of the reason why Amherst and Leverett reminded people that the regional agreement was what we agreed to when we formed the district was a reaction to the Shutesbury demand that the N must be the statutory method. These are probably two methods that are extremes when what is needed is a healthy four-town dialogue about a method that works best for all towns together. We reached agreement in recent years by finding a midpoint, and that may be the reasonable solution going forward. Give me a call sometime, because it would be good to have a real conversation. So his tone was quite different, I think, than in the meeting. I think he was more grounded. He didn't call for dissolving the region, which I think was reactionary. And he refers back to finding middle ground, which is what the Mike Morris's budget did when they put Amherst with a 1.5% increase using the 55% method. So I'm not sure what to think. Susie, Jim, I'll let you comment. Sorry.
What I would like to do, because we have other things to discuss, and is we've agreed that a update to all towns with the history of how we got here would be good. And four towns being able to come to the DESE statutory ed reform presentation, I think would be good. I would like the FinCom to make a subcommittee to go into more of the details, to draft the history, to try to figure out how to reach out to the other towns. But I feel like we don't have enough time in our meetings for all of us to sit through trying to figure these kinds of things out. So I would suggest that we have a subcommittee tackle getting that part done. Not making decisions about what else to do, just starting with those pieces.
Susie, could I clarify the third one? I think you said a FinCom subcommittee to figure out history, and then you added communication.
Yeah.
With the other towns. I think those are two very separate, and
Well, I mean to propose the communication, not the doing the communication.
okay, and propose what communication to make.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this would be a drafted thing, not a done deal. But this would be a smaller group of people figuring it out and bringing it back to this committee.
I just want to.
Bob had his hand up.
Just not just responding to the email here, not to Susie's suggestion. I think that he was showing some willingness to be conciliatory to us, and I think that's significant. I expected that to happen. I thought that the line he drew, the mark that they drew down, was not going to stick. He wasn't going to stay with that, and I don't think that Amherst will stay with that. And I thought at a minimum they would be offering us 55%, which, what reading between the lines, what I think was in there. So I think that that's pretty much what we could have predicted from Saturday, that Amherst would move. I think that shows that we were successful being firm and that we were polite, we were civil, but we were clear. And I think that he's a tough negotiator, and this is what he did. So I think this just confirms our approach to the meeting was useful. And Andy Steinberg's a tough negotiator, and so now he's showing some willingness to talk and to move. So that's good.
Are we okay with 55%?
No.
I don't think that we should be still. I don't think that I personally don't think that we're done with this yet. But I think that he's shown an indication to move on his number, and I think we should still be going in there. Again, politely but firmly that we want more than that. But if that's what the committee agrees, what we had agreed on a 65% number as our low point, I think we should stick with that for the time being. But I like the fact that he's showing some willingness to face facts and to be more conciliatory towards us,
Susie.
I feel like part of the discussion on Saturday showed such a lack of understanding that I don't believe we're still negotiating with a group. And even if we are, even if we succeed to get 55 or something like that this year, we have to refocus the discussion and the framework of where we're going. I don't feel like the framework's intact. In looking back at the history, which I've begun to do, there was a point at which people talked about a 50-50, 50% statutory, 50% old agreement. And in some ways, I think he was referencing that also. And there's certainly some other people that might be thinking that way or have no framework at all. And we need to do some work both for ourselves and for them before we can feel confident that we're actually negotiating in the same direction.
Les.
A simple question. I had to step out for a moment, but what's your take on Leverett's position and where they were at?
Well, I can say what my view is. I think they were being rather adamant and hostile towards us. I think it's rather personal for them. That was what I took out of it.
Always.
And
Always.
I really think in the end, if the other towns side with us and they show some willingness to move, history shows us that Leverett will grudgingly move too. And if you look at the numbers, as you pointed out, George, it's not that much for them to move. And their suggestion that we're going to go in the other direction is a non-starter. So, I think we just remain, stay cool, and I think Leverett will come along.
George.
Yeah, Leverett usually goes with Amherst. And you even heard her say it. She's worried about Amherst.
Right.
How disingenuous was that?
I like the idea of education. I just don't think it should come from us. I would love to, it would be great but one thing about Andy that really bothers me is there was a lot of work that went into all of this. And I felt like he just threw it all out on Saturday. And like all the goodwill that I felt like I ever had with him. And he and I have talked offline in the past, in my past. And I felt like he betrayed us completely on that. As far as I was really disappointed with him. I'm also disappointed in him because notice how many people in Amherst are ignorant on the subject and how many people kept referring to how the region started some before we were all, many of us were born. And it's like, they should be more educated on that. And he's done nothing to educate them. In fact, I think I got the impression he's leaving them in the dark, just throwing out the piece about the 5-year, not the 5-year rolling average of enrollment, only to get his people fired up to push against us. And I think the wave of animosity towards us, I think he could have kept that from being as strong as it was. And I think it happened because of him. So I was really disappointed with him. As far as a midpoint goes, Susie, it's true. Eric used to say 50% statutory, 50% 5-year rolling average of enrollment. Perfect world, puts us smack dab in the middle. Nobody's too far. But the last time we met, the last group, the 2017 group, it was not a midpoint calculation. It was 5-year rolling average of enrollment in the statutory method. So it was much closer to the statutory.
I am not advocating that. I am saying that there are other ideas out there that surfaced at that meeting that showed we aren't all negotiating in the same direction. That 50% one was there. The what is fair? Fair is per child. There's lots of pieces that we did not prep the group for, and we know that a lot of people never heard them before. And I'm just learning it by going through the history myself. So I think we've spent a lot of time talking to ourselves and convinced ourselves that this was the reality. I don't think it was a clearly shared reality. And that's why I find it difficult to believe that if we take 55% now, which might be the interim, that it still shows the way forward for everybody. I don't believe everybody believes that's the way forward. And so Julie Shively was, Tom Hankinson wasn't there. She was the only spokesperson. She actually did say 55 would be okay with her, but it doesn't make it clear to me how we're going to negotiate onward from here until we work at identifying the pieces for ourselves and then educating them through things like the workshop with the ESC. That's somebody else's authority.
Yeah, his note to Becky about the midpoint makes me think he wants to stay at 55% because he sees that as a midpoint.
That's my interpretation. You know, I'm sorry, Bob, I think you had your hand
I just
up.
want to make sure that, first of all, I disagree with Susie's statement here, because I think we did a really good job of educating people that may not have been up to speed, and we could do it again by our presentation at pointing out simple facts, like, for example, when you talk about a simple even cut per student per enrollment, that's an antiquated notion that, you know, we can compare that to a flat tax or a flat property tax on all houses or something, and just show how ridiculous that statement is. It's just out of date, that way of doing business. And that the statutory method itself has a minimum payment, 40% of a minimum payment, which is a straight cut, and 60% on an equity basis. So it's really already a compromise when we go into full statutory with a 5-year rolling average.
Hey, Bob, that point is not clear to people. That it was very obvious to me that people assume that the statutory method is entirely based on a wealth factor, and there's not. And I think that's got to be part of our kind of public education, to let people know that the statutory method takes into account that minimum contribution, and then whatever is required beyond that is based on the regional agreement. And I don't think that it came up, I think, in a couple places, and I can't remember quite what the context was, but that's one of those points that's just not clear to people. And I think that's an area where we need to make sure that people understand that in the statutory method, there is a significant component that is based on enrollments.
George.
Yeah, I'm not sure we did as good of a job as we could have done to make the point that AJ just made. And also, everybody's talking about if we use enrollment factor, 5-year rolling average, then it's fair because we all pay the same amount per pupil. And what people don't understand is there's money that comes into the region that's not by town, that's not the same amount per pupil.
That's right.
And by letting this happen, Amherst is being subsidized by little old Shutesbury. And, you know, people don't know this. I'm clear from Mandy's comments, and I think a few others, that they're completely in the dark on this. And I would love to be able to, us to be able to educate them on that, but I'm not sure we're the right ones. Nobody's going to listen to us.
Do we think Michael and Doug are unaware of what you just said, George?
No, Michael's very much aware, and I'm sure Doug is too.
So,
but I don't trust Doug. Doug's used. He's an Amherst guy.
Yeah, but does Michael have a role in this to try to, as far as making as far as understanding? Becky.
That's why I think it's the best and our only path really to have the group as a whole, the 4 towns, take any understanding of the statutory formula seriously, it has to be coming through Mike Morris's office. That, that they need to set up the workshop, and I'll work with them and do whatever legwork, but they need to set it up, and they need to really, have a role that understanding, having everybody in the same playing field and understanding this issue is critical to the region's ability to work together. And because Amherst typically is not a community that rejects equity issues. It's easy to reject an issue when you've already relabeled it as complicated and confusing. I think, I don't know what was said in their breakout groups, but Andy has a leadership role. I'm sure he was not up to the task of educating all his counselors. The counselors, like Susie kind of described, are all new, all have a brand new idea, and all think great, very highly of themselves, and probably for very good reasons because they're working hard, but they're new to the issue. And I think the fact that it was the press wrote it up the way they did with a Mass Live article talking about disillusion of the region, I'm sure our legislators have big questions for them. Why, how did this turn out like this? Because Mike Morris has been working with the town. He's come to Shutesbury for the last 7 or 8 years. He knows this is a delicate issue, especially for Shutesbury. So I think the key would be to really work to have the education come from them. If we can add to the particular history, they have it all. I mean, the form they sent, that was part of the packet included the numerical history of how we got here, but it didn't touch on the ability to pay issue. And it didn't explain enough. But they did have the data. But I think if we can get them to sponsor DESE and get everybody into the room, and hopefully with open minds, Andy will, I think he needs to, hopefully he can explain why he's determined that he's at the end of his road on this issue for Amherst. But if it's, Amherst had to change their financial status between 2 months ago and now. And when we met in December, like you guys all agreed and understood, their financial condition was much more dire than it is today. And take it from there. But I think it is Mike Morris needs to play a role, but it needs to be an even-handed role. I gotta admit, I had a whole series of suspicions how Saturday evolved that don't make me feel good about a number of people. But I think we gotta reset, get back to a place where the importance of this issue is really taken seriously.
Hey, Jay.
Just a process question. So am I mistaken, but isn't the regional committee voting tonight on a budget and including an assessment method? Isn't that the outcome of that meeting?
Assessment method doesn't know. I don't think that'll be tonight. I think the budget hearing.
The reason, because I thought that Mike made, he made that comment, which I'm glad he did, towards the end of the meeting, where he talked about how, there is a sort of been an ongoing tension between the ability to pay argument and the per pupil argument, and these are sort of long-standing issues. And then I thought he said this is going to be discussed at Tuesday's meeting. So I'm curious about whether the budget that they are debating tonight, and I thought they were voting on, is also going to include an assessment method.
Typically, the vote on the budget is prior to the vote on the assessment.
Okay, got it.
I think the vote on the assessment is often in early March.
Okay, thank you. Okay, got it. I misunderstood.
Susie,
I know the Shutesbury timeline is changing because at this point, ATM is looking towards June 5th or 12th. Do we know when Amherst will try to have the council vote on the budget?
No, last year they held off till July.
Yeah, so I think we have more time to keep working at this. And if we end up needing an interim solution for FY22, we can do that. But I do think we have time for some of this process that I believe is important to work out.
I just had one other sort of small point, and I wish I had thought to ask it on Saturday, but this is this I've only been to 2 of these, cycles of these 4 town meetings, and in both instances, Andy has sort of just made this argument that the statutory method is not a good fit for our region somehow because of this larger town with anchoring smaller satellites. And he just sort of throws it out there as if it's evident and clear to everybody why that particular structure is a bad match for the statutory method. And I'm sorry I didn't think to ask on Saturday, but if that comes up again, I think we have to just ask him to just explain that position, because it's not at all clear to me what the connection between those is and what the argument is. And I've never heard him make it. Maybe he did in years past before I was involved.
I think the simplest answer to the question is, AJ, that like 6 or 7 years ago, maybe even 8, statutory stopped benefiting Amherst.
Right.
And so his argument changed. He was a lawyer for 40 years, so.
Oh.
uh-huh.
Just changed everybody's perspective.
No, but he does have the concern of the region at heart, and that's why I don't understand this move. I don't understand how this possibly can benefit the region at this, for him to do that, in mid-February I don't see the benefit for them.
George.
And one thing I know about Andy from the past is Andy is very much aware of the $25. And I know Becky, you mentioned it the other day, Saturday. He is aware of it. He knows that if we go to a 5-year rolling average, you can see it on paper. He doesn't know to what extent, but if they went to the 5-year rolling average, there's no way we could pay for that. There's no chance we could cover that. So he's just being tough. I'm done.
Susie.
I forgot.
Mm.
Damn.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
I just want to make one more small point, if I may, just that Andy's, the Amherst has some very, very lofty and expensive goals for development of their services that he is focused on. And he is being hard-nosed about how money is allocated in the budget. And he's decided, for whatever reasons, to be tough on the regional school, putting down markers, and on us. But it has to be understood that anybody that drives down in Amherst and sees those 5-story buildings filled with apartments that rent from $2,000 to $3,000 that don't have any children in them that are being educated, they're all retirees or grad students or something. There's a lot of money going into the Amherst coffers right now. And there's more of those buildings going up, and the new town council has just changed all the zoning regs so they can build even more of the darn things. So I don't know what they're doing down there, but I personally don't approve of it. But they're definitely going to be creating more revenue sources for the town.
Susie.
I remembered. I would like to have a really very clear idea of what a negative vote in Shutesbury on the assessment method, what it actually really triggers. I don't know enough about it. And that's another thing I can see this small subcommittee doing, is getting all the details about that. And so whether Mass Live sort of vaguely refers to it or we wonder what it is, I want to know before we go farther.
Becky, could that be elucidated by Mike Morris and whoever else is, who we're
Yeah,
going to be talking
We
to
have,
potentially?
we have the documents somewhere in the files but he can, yeah, we can ask him to clarify that for all the towns.
What's our old buddy Sean doing these Mangianos? What's his role? He's the finance director for
He's a-
Amherst now or what?
For the town, for the
For
town.
Yeah, and the other thing, yeah, that I don't understand the logic of Andy pushing for this now, except for, I guess, if he really feels that the midpoint is all he ever intended to get, and then he, Julie has been fighting against this forever, so that's not new. But there's, we don't win as a region. We're already losing. And I think the meeting was distracted from the bigger point that Amherst has again eliminated $1 million from the regional budget for the second or third year in a row. And, we fight over all these little dollars, and meanwhile, we're $2.4 million down for the regional budget. And the impact of that really needs to be explained, and supposedly at the, that's what they're talking about tonight and at the other Zoom meeting is where exactly those cuts are going to be. We got an outline, we got a summary of it at the meeting, but is this just a trend they're going to continue doing? I don't know. I think we need to know much more about Amherst's intentions for the region in the long run.
Yeah. What, Les, I think you had your hand up earlier.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Susie, on that. I mean, Bob had raised that question or that issue on Saturday. There have been questions raised at our own town meeting about this particular way the funding assessment has gone, and a lot of people are getting impatient with that. So I think it's really important, as Susie was saying, to really clearly, thoroughly understand that. Because at the end of the day, unless taxpayers feel that there's a satisfactory progress towards the statutory, some progress towards us not continuing to subsidize, that's a possibility. It could go down at town meeting. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I think George, you had your hand up.
I just want to ask real quick, Becky, is the budget available, the detailed budget available?
Are you talking about our budget or the
The
regional?
regional school?
Yes.
Because I've never seen it. I don't know if have we ever been given links to it or anything like that?
And printed copies at town meeting in the past, right?
Oh, back in the old days, you're going back a couple decades when they used to, Gus Sayre used to put out big stacks of them.
Yeah, the handout that they gave us,
It's not a detailed budget.
wasn't detailed, but there, large elements of the budget, but the line by line isn't here. The line by line is available on their website, I believe.
So if I went to APRS, all right.
And that, or you go, if you can get in a record, if they put the meeting online of tonight's hearing, the budget hearing is tonight. That's why it was unfortunate that we were reading here and not getting a chance to, our presence there could have had an impact. But can't be in two places at one time.
It still can.
Yeah. AJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly just follow up on Susie's point and then what Leslie shared. I just want to, and I think we're all on the same page about this, but I feel it important to state that, we really have to, I think, remain committed to reaching an agreement with the towns and avoiding the dynamic of a no vote in Shutesbury. I understand that it's one of the possible outcomes here, but I think given everything that the region has had to deal with this year and the superintendent has had to deal with, and all of the, it's been a really ugly year for the district. And I just think that this would be sort of adding insult to injury for them to have to navigate that. What I remember was a pretty, when Sean laid it out for us, what the process was going to be if a town voted down the assessment method and going on that 12-1 budget, and the state sort of forcing the towns to reconvene. It did not sound like a great process, and I think we should really do everything we can and stay committed to a strategy of sort of bringing the towns with us in this process, and really hopefully reaching an agreement that we can live with, because I just think that would be a real nightmare for the superintendent to have to deal with this year.
So can I make a motion that we do have, I'm going to make a motion that we do have a subcommittee to study some of the issues, to create a historical picture and update it with current facts around foundation, et cetera, and work to get this to be part of Mike Morris' presentation, so that there's a presentation to the 4 towns before we start pushing again, that education first and pushing again later.
Becky,
Susie, just to clarify the order and the pieces that you want. First of all, if there is a subcommittee, I just want to remind everyone that they have to follow the rules of any other full committee. So posting is required, minutes are required. But Susie, so what you're suggesting is a subcommittee that will do the history as from the perspective of Shutesbury or the region? And how does that fit with the DESE presentation?
That we would put this information together and it would be presented either at that meeting or at a separate meeting, but trying to get on the coattails of the regional office helping to inform people. I'm trying not to make it just about Shutesbury, what Shutesbury wants. The history has several stopping points with the working groups that came to some understandings, and it came from one place and it moved to another understanding. And so I feel like having that information clarified by a subcommittee to suss it out, and then to include it in what is presented to the 4 towns, which would be including the DESE presentation.
Yeah, I would suggest that those 2 things are unlinked at this time, and that first the history get prepared, and then determining how to include it come, later when we get the other set up, or whether it's a second meeting, just because sometimes if you could tie yourself in a way you don't want to go later.
Okay, and another piece that might be, that I want presented to everyone is the consequences of just flat out rejecting an assessment and ending up in a statutory situation. So,
and I just want to flag that one. I agree. I totally agree that has to happen. That should be, I think that needs to come from Mike Morris. If it comes from Shutesbury, it's a threat.
Right. Yeah, I'm not trying to make it a threat. I'm trying to make it a understood concept.
I understand that, but I think Mike is the best one to deliver that message with clarity and understanding of DESE.
Okay.
And DESE is going to call him. We don't need more mud thrown at us.
And we don't know what's going to happen in
Right.
that circumstance. It's up to the other towns. What are the other towns going to do? And what's the school committee going to do?
And
That's
what-
something.
can they do? There's,
If we voted down then you have to go into a 1/12 budget, and there's no, and then you get 6 months to reconcile your differences. So we're back in the room with the same 4 towns, with everybody even more stressed out than they used to be.
Yeah, that's my point. We don't necessarily know what the reaction is going to be.
Right.
Bob's had his hand up here.
I just want to say, from my point of view, I think that we have enough bureaucracy and committees to deal with this. I would prefer to like hold off on this subcommittee idea until we see what Becky can work out with the region with Mike Morrison. I really do think that, that we need to, I tried to express to the 4-town meeting that our town meeting may not approve the assessment method, which Becky tells me is a separate article from the budget in our town meeting. And if that is true, my understanding is that we could pass the budget, which only has to be passed by 3 out of 4 towns to be approved according to the state regulations, but not pass the assessment method, which has to be approved by every town in the region in order to have an alternative method. And in that result, we would have a budget. We would not have the state creating a 1/12 budget. We would have a budget approved by the regulation. What we would then have is a statutory method of assessment, which would not include the 5-year rolling average, but it would be the statutory method unless all 4 towns could approve some alternative. If our town meeting does not prove the alternative, it does not result in a 12-month 1/12 budget if we approve the budget. That's my understanding.
I mean, I think the point is though, is that we're unclear on some things here. And so
I'm very clear on that. I talked to the Department of Education.
I know you are, Bob, but we've heard different explanations of what this process is going to be, including one from Sean when he was the finance director for the region. And so the point is not, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the point is that we need to just get some clarity from.
We definitely do. And I think you're right that Becky's right that we can get this from the school. I think that we have a best shot for them to be fair about it. And you're right that if we present these facts, even if they are facts, it'll be more suspicious.
Yeah, Becky, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted, I think, Bob, that we can pass the budget, but the problem is once the method switches to, if we vote against the method, the dollar amounts for different communities change. And once they change, like if they go up 200,000 on Amherst and they haven't budgeted for that, then we still don't have, either they have to pay the extra 200,000 or they make sure to vote after us so that, which they probably will do strategically, because then they likely will vote down the budget. I think that's, it's not automatic. I think it's just.
But only 3 out of 4 towns have to approve the budget.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, if the assessment method fails and everybody's statutory number is dramatically different, or anybody's, they will not pass the budget. So there's neither a budget nor a method, most likely.
When we were putting together, I think it was the fiscal 20 budget, all eyes were on Shutesbury because there was a lot of talk that Shutesbury wasn't going to approve the alternative assessment. And Andy said, if Shutesbury doesn't pass the alternative assessment, Amherst is not paying an extra dime over what they already put in their budget. So that was going to shift more money to them if we went to statutory. And they said, we're not going to approve that. We are going to approve whatever dollar amount they had. And as far as 3 to 4 towns go, Leverett is going to be right in there with Amherst. And I doubt that John Trickey is going to want to rub them the wrong way either. So that's not going to happen. If we change the assessment method, everybody's going to scramble and go back to the budget. And it's going to result in more cuts. That's been your game all along, is to make Shutesbury look like the one who's forcing the cuts.
Yeah.
I agree with you, George, but I think they're bluffing.
Yep, Susie.
I'd like to go back to the motion I made, so I know whether we're going to have an information gathering time or not, because I really don't like using these meetings for open-ended speculation when we don't have enough information.
Yeah, I maybe a little more clarification from Becky on exactly what you're proposing as far as the steps, working with DSC and scheduling some coordinating with Michael. Can you go through the steps?
What I'm thinking of doing is in response to what, just so you know, Steve Sullivan is plowing outside my window right now.
All right.
So he's not at the hearing. We have nobody at the hearing. Oh, hopefully Melissa got there. Sorry for the up to date. So I want to sit down and talk with Mike about the need for education. What we observed at the meeting on Saturday, that people had very little understanding about statutory and ability to pay and equity issues, that Shutesbury continues to feel this is essential, whether we stay a beneficiary of statutory or not. And that, you know, ask him to propose, help me, work with me to set up a DESE workshop and invite all the people that were at the Town meeting to attend.
And what kind of timeline would you be looking for to do that, Becky?
I would hope to do that within the next month. I don't know how difficult and if that's going to be. Their schedules are a lot tighter than ours, but within 2 weeks to 4 weeks.
Yeah, Susie.
Do we know what the general target is for the next Town meeting? I mean, we would want this education set up to happen before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the meeting kind of fell apart. He didn't even talk about the next meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. So the sooner the better, but this might be the next meeting.
Susie has a motion on the floor.
Remind me what the
It's not been
goal-
seconded. I'm sorry, George.
I was going to say, so one more time, Susie, what would be the goal of this?
I feel that we need to look back and create a very succinct summary of moving from the regional agreement to the proposal of statutory, so that all of us know how we got here, all of us know what issues were addressed, and all of us know what was put forward. And that information is not only for Shutesbury, it's for the 4 towns, because this is about a regional process.
So it's an information gathering exercise. Yeah.
I guess I'm just not clear exactly. To me, it seems like it overlaps somewhat with what Becky's going to be involved with.
My
concerned
understanding,
about
my understanding is that these are sort of 2 parallel steps that we're taking to kind of help with this sort of public education side of addressing what we saw on Saturday, which is a lot of confusion and lack of information about the history of the statutory method and the arguments that support it.
I guess I question how much of it is confusion and how much of it's, if it's on purpose, selective forgetting some history and selective rethinking or revisionist history of some type. Right? Just a question. Susie.
But I think the selectiveness also comes from our end, where we believe we see something. We believe it all makes sense. We believe we worked our way to get here, but it is not the only way that people think. And so, and because we know there's a lot of new members, and town government is never static, and you can hardly rely on institutional memory anymore because people aren't here. So yes, Andy may have been able to have that, and he may be swayed, And maybe when we think that the case was closed back in the whatever date that happened, it wasn't fully closed. There are people that really still have strong feelings the other way. And I'm not trying to do this for convincing. I'm trying to show people how we got here. And I believe that that is pretty important if you're trying to convince people that we are here, that this is where here is.
Well, if there was a subcommittee and they worked on this and they presented it to the finance committee, and the finance committee, ultimately, this is for the finance committee, right, Susie?
Yeah.
And so the finance committee looks at it and decides where we go with it. If we don't go anywhere with it, all right, a few people spend some extra hours. But if we need to present this information to make our case, then we'll have it in our back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I can certainly support that idea.
Just as a practical matter, are there people interested in working on the subcommittee with Susie? Because if there's nobody that's going to step up, we're spending a lot of time on this discussion that may not happen.
Sure, I'd be happy.
I'd be happy to help. I feel like I'll probably be not as useful as George, but yeah, I can help.
George is going to have to do some boning up on some of these details.
Melody.
I just have a question as still somewhat of a newbie. I guess I don't understand why wouldn't this Andy Steinberg person, why wouldn't he be responsible for educating his own town? Like, I don't understand, why couldn't we ask him to do that? Am I just being naive here? I don't, why is it, it doesn't seem like it should be our job to do that, you know, like, I don't know.
We don't trust him.
And well, I guess I could take it a step further beyond that. Are any of these people receptive to being educated from others or from others outside of their own?
No, I'm saying, why doesn't he educate his own people?
Yeah, no, I guess I'm supporting what you're saying, Melody.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
is, you know, if we go ahead and do something and we take it on ourselves to do some of this education.
They're not going to listen to us, I don't think.
Well, that's sort of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
And I think he, to some extent, wants to use a little disinformation to get more people to back him. I wonder if he really wants them to be educated.
Well,
on the issue.
that's yeah.
Really doesn't, I think.
Yeah.
But
that's what it looked like on Saturday.
Yeah.
Those people, they had 2 months to go over all this. You know, there was a four-town meeting in December, and there was no conversation, from what I could tell with them, about bringing them up to speed on the history.
Yeah. Susie.
I know from our experience on this committee that people are busy, and those people may not have looked into it, and it might have been their first time thinking about it at the second four-town meeting. That people do that is for a lot of reasons, but here we are. And so I'm trying to make sure we can help provide, or we do provide, a history that we can point to.
The only other thing I would say is that, you know, it's hard to sort of read the room when you're on Zoom, but I kind of did feel like, you know, when Melody made that argument late in the meeting, very beautifully said, very succinct, I kind of did feel like there was some, like for a moment there was some something kind of resonating, at least with some people in the meeting. Again, maybe I'm just totally naive, and maybe I just felt like it was a powerful statement, so it resonated with me. But I kind of felt like there are persuadable people in that room, and Andy or is not going to do that because it's not in his interest. It's not his position that he's advocating for. So it's not our job to educate the other towns, but it may be in our interest to do that. If the goal is to persuade people to move with us in the direction that we want to go.
Just say, I just repeat myself here, but I thought we did a pretty good job of expressing a very cogent and rational point of view. And I would be surprised if some people were not persuaded by, or at least empathetic to our arguments. Andy Steinberg, on the other hand, was in a breakout meeting with the people in his team, and they came back with a very negative and very firm attitude. And so I consider him, like George said, to be a very influential fellow. And so he was working to try to get them to come out with that posture. So, you know, I don't know if he's changed. It sounds to me like he's much more willing to entertain a compromise now. But I think that was his original plan, to come out hard and firm against us. And only the time will tell what will happen in the future. But I think that perhaps, and I don't think I'm being naive about this, I think that our arguments were really solid. They were on the side of fairness, equity, and the law. And those are good allies for an argument, it seems to me. His arguments were empty, were bogus, you know? So I'm really confident that we're going to come out with something that we can accept through this process this year.
Hey, Mike. Mike.
Yeah, there's hey, thanks. Just a couple of things. I've been listening to the regional school committee meeting as best I can, and listening to you guys at the same time. So I'm getting it's a little bit hard to hear both things. But they did spend some time just a little while ago talking about the question you raised about what does it mean if a town doesn't vote for the assessment method. And what I did hear Mike Moore say was that there's basically two votes. The first vote would be on the assessment method. And if, unless all four towns pass that, it does not go. Then if that happens, then well, he said if that passes, then the second vote is on the budget. And if all that is in the affirmative, then things are all set. If the assessment method doesn't pass right off the bat, then it goes into the 1/12 budget area. And I didn't really, I couldn't hear all of that. So I'm just kind of trying to fill in the gaps here a little bit and everything. But they were discussing that. The other thing, as far as, Shutesbury's conversation about the assessment method and the history and everything, it's my understanding that, we went through that whole summer of analyzing regional assessment methods and talking with other towns about it over the next couple of years. And it's my recollection that that all the towns came up with the agreement that the statutory method with the 5-year rolling average was the most equitable for all towns. And that the hard part about that was trying to get to 100%. And that's why it's taken so long to get there over the years. So, the question seems to be coming up, well, why don't we look at an alternative assessment method and everything? But we'd already agreed that this 5-year statutory method with 5-year rolling average was what is going to work for the towns. So I just wanted to throw out those things for you guys.
Okay. Thanks. George.
That last point, Mike, I don't believe that last point is true. I don't think any of the towns ever agreed to the 5-year rolling, to the statutory method in any form. They fought it all the way along. We, in our summer of 2015 report, noted that we thought it was the best, but we got eggs and tomatoes thrown at us when we sat down in December of 2015 and mentioned it to everybody in town. And I mean it. It was one step short of tomatoes and eggs. We were called disgusting. Leverett was calling us every name in the book. I was sitting up there. 4 of us were sitting up there. It was one of the hardest times I've ever had on the finance committee. And ever since then, it's been a fight. And they're against it. They're completely against it.
Yeah, that year we came out with 10%. And then it was a 10%, but with a different method the next year. And then it was a battle to get to 15%. this is not simple stuff. It's taken a lot of quiet, calm, persistence on the part of Shutesbury to keep it moving. So I think keeping it moving is important. But I appreciate that Mike is already answering those questions to the other members of the 4 towns who are at the hearing today. It'll probably benefit us all to listen to that meeting.
And Becky, I think it's important that everybody knows that, there were many working groups prior to the ones that I've been referring to. There was at least 2 working groups before I joined and was involved in 2 working groups. And some of those previous working groups, you read the reports, it was pretty political. They threw out the best methods. They just threw them right out and didn't even want to look at them because they wanted to push the methods that they wanted. And Becky, I think you or Eric told me that you both were objecting to some of the things that they were doing, and they went ahead and did them anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't even listen to us in the beginning. The only reason they even listened to us is because we have the power of the statutory.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that
they've put us in this position. But of course, they want to paint the picture quite differently.
Okay, so there's still a motion on the table?
It hasn't been seconded yet.
I'll second it.
Yeah. Just exploring options on this, just to try to understand other ways we get to the same place. Becky, are there other ways other than a subcommittee, that if there's a couple of people that want to go and do some homework or do some research, they can do that and then come to the finance committee with a presentation? Is that another possibility, or?
Are you talking about doing it outside of open meeting law?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is like a research project, right? It's a couple of people doing some research,
Yeah,
and then come into the finance,
clerk
and
to
then
do
come
the
into the
research.
finance committee with some. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beck. I missed what you said.
I said you're asking our ex-county clerk to subvert open meeting law, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay. All right. So a couple of people doing research and then presenting something. That's not an option.
Not an option.
Okay. All right.
Anytime work is delegated to a subcommittee, it has to be a posted meeting.
Okay.
And those minutes have to come to be public, and that has
Okay.
to go back, because basically you don't want policy done by people without it being a public meeting. That's the way it goes.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion that's been seconded.
We've already discussed it.
Well, is there any further discussion? Okay, do we want to go ahead and vote?
Mhm.
Mr. Arvanitis as an A.
Arvanitis, aye.
Chartier, aye.
Groves, aye.
Hemingway, aye.
Cashew, aye.
Mosier, aye.
Walton, aye.
Who would have seen that coming?
Mhm.
Sorry, you guys are amazing.
Mhm.
Okay,
So I propose everybody on the finance committee is on the subcommittee.
Can we have that vote again then?
So I hear that George wants to, and I will put together a schedule with him, and if other people want to be on it, they can come.
I
And
think
heard
AJ
AJ.
volunteered.
Yeah, I'll join you
I
guys.
heard AJ.
AJ, okay, and we will figure out what information will be helpful out of the history and get a timeline, and then we'll bring it to our committee to look at and figure out where it goes next.
Susie, maybe just as a step here, if committee members have any of those kind of documents related to any of the old working groups or anything, if I know I've seen sort of the PowerPoints, it'd be great to have like an archive of everything. So if folks have those documents and they can they send them to you, Susie?
Yeah, and I've been collecting them because I've been trying to figure this out. So I have 2 of the reports, and I have the minutes from the summer committee, and I have excerpts from the FinCom meetings that happened as a result of those. I'm collecting the comments about it. So it's interesting to see how this evolved. It didn't come out of nowhere.
The other root of those discussions were the regionalization committees that met for 3 years and touched on, I think that's where some of the infighting started.
Yeah.
When Elaine, Michael, and myself were on regionalization committees about 12 years ago. If anybody is interested in going that far back, AJ, I'm glad to share those too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, an outline of what happened, put it into perspective for everybody, because, that created a lot of the animosity that we get from Leverett. I think the regional analysis, the regional studies that you just referred to, I think those do play into this to some extent.
And Jim Hemingway probably would agree that the original fallout between Shutesbury and Leverett and the rest of the region was when Shutesbury voted down regionalization. Was that 30 years ago now?
So this would have been to expand the region to include elementary grades? Is that?
Yep,
that
in
the-
1994. Amherst wanted to regionalize, and we dug in and discovered that that we were going to get quite a bit of money as an elementary school, that we would be able to sustain ourselves. And we were very concerned about regionalizing K through 12 at that point, and Shutesbury voted it down.
That was at the fire station.
That was
But
at the
that
fire
was that was the first one. Wasn't there another regionalization that came out 20 years after that?
Then 10 years later, another attempt. Well, it was 12 years ago. Regionalization became a serious topic, and we pursued it heavily because we were very concerned about the costs. The student populations had dropped almost in half from 5 or 7 years before that. And at that point, the second effort of regionalization, Amherst benefited by statutory. But halfway through the process, when we were getting really close to pulling it together, they stopped benefiting. And then all kinds of strange things shook out.
Becky, is Amherst still talking about the 6th grade moving into the middle school?
Yeah, I think they're going to do it in Amherst and Pelham only.
Well, that's going to be interesting because that's going to increase their enrollments.
No, they won't be part of the region.
Oh, even though they're just going to use the building, but still call them a part of their elementary school region. Okay.
Yeah, I think Steve said that was moving ahead.
Okay.
There's Mike.
Mike,
Mole.
Mike.
All right, hey, just one thing I forgot to mention. I took a quick look through the warrant articles for town meeting last year. And I saw an article for the vote on the assessment method, but I didn't see an article that was specifically for the regional school budget.
The budget.
It's in the budget. It's the
Yeah,
operating budget.
So when they say you vote for the assessment method and you vote for the regional school budget, how would you do that then if it's wrapped up in the whole town budget?
You would select that item and say you're going to vote it down, but otherwise, normally it's part of the budget and that's where it's voted. But usually the assessment formula comes before the budget.
Okay. All right. It's 9:02.
Are we done?
Well, we have items on the agenda,
Okay.
but do we want to plow through a couple more, or do we?
Personally, I'd rather, schedule another meeting to move on with those other
These are-
items. They're crucial.
These are meaty topics that we haven't got to yet.
Yeah, they absolutely really are. The first cut for revenue and expense. Those are both
Not prepared yet. I apologize.
okay.
Solves that
It
problem.
might make that one easier.
Done?
And we'd need some time to look it over ourselves, so
Yeah,
it
right.
would be a good night to
And-
talk about it.
So do we want to move that to the next meeting
Yeah.
in 2 weeks?
Yep.
Is that when our next meeting is? So it's
Yeah,
not-
it's the 23rd. We've got the broadband we're meeting with in 2 weeks, right, Becky?
Yep.
Um,
What's the date?
The 23rd.
Okay, and then on the 2nd of March, it's the Personnel Select Board meeting,
Yep.
Sorry, what was that date?
March 2nd. I think that's on the calendar. It hasn't even changed, Susie.
And I do think it's important to remember that town meeting is going to be pushed out farther. So we've had lots of pieces that we want to revisit, like OPEB. And so we could schedule more meetings, or we could count on the fact that we're not going to be trying to wrap it up by April 20th or 20 something.
Or April 10 usually.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, April 6th was the town meeting warrant on our schedule, but we know that can be later now. But we can't push it too late because it also has to get posted, et cetera.
Yes.
So can we meet on the 23rd and after broadband do the first draft of the revenue and expenditures?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Well, that's a question for Becky. Becky, can you have it ready?
Yes.
Can you get it to us beforehand, perhaps?
Yeah.
Great. And we had the other meeting scheduled tentatively for the 9th, is that right, or March 9th?
Second.
Second?
Second is the personnel discussion.
Okay.
Well, the 9th is the regular meeting, I think. Is it on, or was it not put on?
No, we've got the 9th.
The 9th, it's got a dash, it's meaning that we didn't have a committee to talk to. And somewhere in here is all boards, yep.
That's next Tuesday, the 16th.
Tuesday, all
30.
boards.
6:30, Becky?
Yes, 6:30 to 8, no donuts.
Gee.
Virtual donuts.
No social hour.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, I don't like this COVID thing.
Did anybody from committees want to raise any topics?
Mine didn't come up.
Nothing from school?
Right.
Capital planning met this week.
Monday.
And
yesterday.
Right, yesterday. And
It's been a long week already, AJ.
Apparently.
I got a work thing I got to finish too tonight, but we had 2 votes. One was a vote that where we're going to recommend the annual 25K allocation for the library fund. And then there was a second vote that did not pass, which was for requests from Chief Hernandez for a new vehicle. And so we decided to not recommend that now. And there is a third request for the conference room sliders at the elementary school. But we weren't ready to vote on it because we need to find out what the installation cost is going to be on that.
Just as a further explanation of that, last year we passed money for that slider. Right. And the plan was that the janitors, custodians were installing it, and now they don't have time to install it. So we need additional funds for installation. And apparently, I don't know, I looked into the price of the unit, and then I found out from Steve that they wanted to get a crew to install it. So we haven't gotten that information from Bruce, right, Becky?
Yep.
It's not that I haven't spoken to Matt about this or Steve, but I've been meaning to talk to one or both of them about it, because it shouldn't be that hard to figure out what it costs to put that in. It's not that difficult a job.
Yeah, they've done they had specific projects that they've been working on, but I think they were more COVID related.
Yeah,
And that's been running them.
seems like that this isn't going to happen until summer. Maybe Matt and Andy have time to do it after all. I don't know. You know, it's just, I'd like to talk to Matt and see what he has to say, but bring it back to the committee, you know.
While we're talking capital, is there anything new, Becky, on either the culvert as far as the process there or the school roof?
The bid documents are going out shortly, and as far the designer's selection, we're waiting on the bids from the designer.
That's for both of these or for?
No, there's two separate ones. The Nietzsche Engineering is, they had to do, I think I told you last time that they were involved with an Army Corps of Engineers permit that was unexpected. They got that done and are now working on the bid documents to go out.
For the culvert.
For the culvert.
Okay.
Right. But the roof, did you get we hire a designer for the roof?
It's dependent on the bid that we hope to receive by the end of the week. Because in this process, you split out the people and the numbers. And then you can negotiate potentially, but so that's supposed to come in a few days.
Okay, anything else capital wise?
There was an issue, well, it's not really capital. It was a repair at the school. I don't know what happened with, I don't know if Jamrog has repaired whatever broke at the school, but I think they have. I don't know who's paying for it, but I haven't gotten further information on that issue, but I will ask them. I should be talking to Bruce in the next couple days, and I can poke him to make sure we get that price that capital planning's been waiting on. Because I know he did look at, I guess, aluminum units that for the same thing. But I know so it'll be an interesting conversation once we get the quote. Because he's going to present some aluminum doors as well, in contrast to the Marvin doors. Are they doors or windows, Bob?
They're doors, but they're sliding glass doors, so they're like big, huge windows that you can walk through after you open them.
Oh,
That's not good in elementary school.
Well, okay, so yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that because I really, I thought that they really liked the Marvin windows that they have, and I don't know what the benefit of the aluminum windows would be. They conduct heat, you know, but aluminum clad window is what they have now, made out of wood, which is a pretty nice unit. And as you recall, Marvin was extremely good backing up their product when they sold us replacement windows for the whole school for
$20,000.
$20,000, which is 70% below retail, and with a 20-year warranty, new warranty. The only thing we screwed up was we didn't ask them to replace the sliders,
Yeah.
which are the same generation, you know.
Yeah. Oh well.
Okay, are we good on capital? Anything on personnel or?
Yeah, the Personnel Committee met on the 21st, and Personnel Policies Handbook, bylaws, and appendices have to be completed and distributed. Let's see. Everybody knows about the police chief resignation. And then Personnel Board is going to meet this week to review the current police chief job description and salary, employee manual, and policies. That's it.
This week?
Yeah, the 11th. Wait, is that this week? That's
Oh,
next
Thursday.
week.
Thursday.
Thursday, thank you.
You might be off the hook, George, and no, you're not going to be, but we realized, we'll talk later.
Okay, that's fine.
George has volunteered. We've had an opening on the personnel board since Anna left. And George has volunteered to come on as a at-large member for till the end of the year to help get us through that. And Paul, you should be receiving a call from Paul Lyons about it. The select board appointed him, but we were overstepping our moderator's jurisdiction. So I had to call and apologize to Paul. And but he's very happy to have somebody to appoint because he hasn't been able to find anybody.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to be done right now on the personnel committee with all the police stuff going on and just getting all the manuals up and job descriptions. And so it'll be helpful that you're there on the 11th, George, I hope. Because that's
Yeah, I should be able to do that. Yep.
In preparation of the personnel discussion by Finance Committee, Select Board, and Personnel Board on the 2nd of March.
Did they meet at 7?
I think they might meet at 6. Is that right? That was a compromise?
All right, I'll check.
And it was post-retirement. That's why we were hoping you can make it.
6 to 8.
And you can sign up on the town's calendar to get notices sent to you through your email, letting you know when a meeting's coming, and it has the whole agenda.
And I'll look at the calendar from time to time. So I'll just keep my eye out in the calendar.
Yeah, or you can ask it to tell you.
Yeah, well, I like that idea. Problem is I get so many emails, sometimes I miss the important ones.
Right.
But still, it doesn't hurt.
Right.
Mhm. Cool. George, at-large member, Personnel Board.
Large.
Bulking up.
Okay, anything else there, Melody? We cover everything?
Becky?
Yeah, you did. You did
Okay.
good.
All right. Mhm. Anything new broadband, Jim? Anything that's come up?
Very, very briefly, we've spent the last, I was almost month working on an extensive legal document that's going to be, has been just been sent to the DTC, the Department of Telecommunications and Cable, that we hope eventually will result in their taking away the bond, the surety bond fee that we have to pay every year to Verizon and the other 2 utility companies, National Grid. And so this may not, we may not know the results of this document and how, if it is persuasive enough to counter the battery of lawyers, and believe me, they have a battery of lawyers on the other side of the fence screaming at us. So it's if this succeeds, then we will be able to cut a significant cost off of our yearly process there to the tune of about $8,000.
7,500.
Yeah, cool.
Now, the town received notice of Shutesbury's complaint against the DTC. Yep. The big boys send us the complaint, and you guys are responding to it. I understand.
Yep, it's been an interesting process, which I won't want to bore you with the details, and the details are pretty boring too. So, but it's Gail especially, and the rest of it has poured an enormous amount of energy into this, and we'll just see where it goes.
Maybe Andy Steinberg will do a little pro bono.
Yeah, right. All we need.
We'll end up paying $16,000
instead of 7. But this will benefit not just Shutesbury, but if they're successful, they're acting as a pilot for the whole state.
Yes.
So
We will make a lot of friends if we're able to.
We need them.
That's right, we need them. Come on up to Shutesbury.
Even,
What are you doing
even-
Saturday at 9 o'clock?
even Leverett will appreciate it.
Yeah,
believe me.
exactly.
All right. Anything else committees wise? We had expense report review on the agenda, but I guess maybe just, is there anything, Becky, that we should be thinking about or aware of?
I
Spending
think we're
wise,
gonna,
or-
the health insurance again is a topic that's being watched carefully. We know we have at least one or two people coming on, and I think it was kind of a close margin to begin with. So for the last 3 or 4 months of the year, 3 months of the year. So that's the main one I've been watching.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we haven't covered that?
I was wondering if I could ask a question that's not on the agenda.
Yep, this would be the time.
I was just curious about, the select board met last Tuesday, to talk about the police department, and there was some conversation. I think some members of town wanted to talk about the makeup of the police department. I was wondering what came out of that, if that's going to affect our 2022 budget.
Is this the meeting that was the open meeting that we presented, that the select board and police chief presented to town?
Yeah, answering questions
Yeah.
and taking comments. It was, an opportunity for the select board to listen. We've been getting emails, different, all kinds, a lot of people supporting a traditional model that we have, some inspiring us to really look at other models. We've had emails about doing what Leverett has done with Wendell, which I think has been an opportunity to dig in and really know what Wendell and Leverett's relationship was, because it's described as a shared chief, but it's more like fee for services. Wendell is paying a fee and then they get service from Leverett. And that's not automatically a model that meshes with Shutesbury. But what has been talked about in the past is a shared chief with 2 different departments. That's what Shutesbury talked about in 2004. So at this point, there was a second discussion tonight. The select board reviewed, a traditional, moving ahead immediately with a traditional search, moving ahead to research sharing or regionalization or alternatives. And the third one is a transition of locking it, making sure we have an officer in charge and taking time to explore other options. And that's what they voted on tonight, is to transition by accepting, first off, Dan Fernandez's offer to work just a minimal amount, an 8-hour shift to handle all administrative weekly functions, and then to be on call 6 days a week, the other 6 days. And so the select board approved a contract for that, which is it's 40% of what we're paying him now for the net, the last 2.5 months of the year. But it gives us some stability as they explore these questions further. And I'm sure the finance committee will be drawn into the conversation. It'll probably be brought up at the all boards meeting. It's, it's a time to really look at alternatives when you when you have a chief that has left. If you have a police chief in place, state law requires a 12-month notice. So doing this at a non-transitional point almost always fails automatically. So it's a time to review.
Yep.
Jim.
Yeah, Becky, to that point, you say they, is it mostly the select board that's doing this? work exercise, or is it some kind of a subcommittee, or is
They
it?
will, they're gonna look at creating a full committee of some sort to explore different issues. And that's over the next 2 weeks. I'm gonna work with Rita to try to plan out an approach where we can review these ideas in a data-driven, thorough manner.
Would it make sense to have somebody from finance committee part of that?
Mhm.
Whatever they
And
whatever
probably
they come up with?
personnel. Yep. Yep. So never a dull moment. We can't just go out and hire another guy and keep going. We got to step back and figure it out again.
Well, just from
It'll
a
be good.
finance committee perspective, is this an opportunity to fight, maybe explore a more efficient approach to? I know it's been done before, but sometimes it's not just something that's been looked at before, but the concept coming up at the right time. And has time changed that in such a way that maybe it is
Well,
more
I think the
attractive to?
difficulty, the word you use, Jim, I'm responding to is efficient, more efficient.
Yeah.
How do you measure that? I mean, I'm not sure. I think
Yeah.
public safety and efficiency is, how do you measure it? And that's what we have to look at. I think you don't strive for, I think in policing, you strive for community policing that's sensitive to your community, that has appropriate training and abilities and fits your community, and that is structured in a way where you have your elected officials interfacing and knowledgeable of their activities and making sure there aren't abuses of power. There's so many issues regarding police that from my experience, the word making them efficient, I struggle with that word in a police department. Does that mean their guns are faster? I
think he means more in terms of.
Needs less money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but also coverage, right? I think he's probably referring more to making sure that we've got the right level of coverage so that, they're always accessible when needed. That's what I think of when I hear efficiency. It's
Yeah.
always
And what's the
great
most cost-effective way to supply that coverage?
okay,
Yeah,
that I can handle.
Yeah.
It's also a question which I think should be reviewed regularly with anything. What do we want? What are we looking for here? What kind of coverage do we want? What kind of protection do we need from police? Sometimes things have a life of their own and they grow. And then you occasionally have to review, what's that cat doing down there?
Yeah. Harassing Melody.
Sorry.
So I think it's a good time to do a good moment. We have an opportunity to do that, just to review what we want as a town and how to best structure it.
And that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a citizens commission or committee to work on it.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again?
There'll be a citizen, the committee that will start looking at this, that Rita's trying to outline what it is and who's on it, the FinCom, there'll be citizens also representing, and then people can communicate to that committee.
Yeah, because what do we want from policing? That is the one topic that hasn't changed. The answer to that question in Shutesbury that I've heard hasn't changed in years. So it'll be interesting to see. It's a very, people are at opposite ends. They either want their police in their town, they want them driving by their house, and they want to know who they are. And then you have folks that don't, would be happy if there weren't any police, and they would be fine if there was never a cruiser in sight. And you've got the extremes on either end, and then you've got the base of the public in the middle that has a higher expectation of police being available than you would imagine. And it shows up when they discover that Shutesbury is already served by the state police for, many hours a week. So it'll be a fun process. We got a lot of public conversation going on there. We're going to get more fun with the solar. And now we have the region.
And the town budget. I think it's important to emphasize that this is a whole lot of stuff on your plate. And so trying to get people to understand it can't all be done by you and how we measure what we ask.
Yeah, and to that point, you mentioned solar. Would there be a similar initiative with solar, like what you're doing with the police? As far as a group getting together, or?
There's another area where the select board is hopeful to have more education. They've been talking with AMP Solar. They had a couple conversations with AMP Solar, and it's clear that the direction AMP is they're potentially presenting a new partnership approach between the developer and a municipality that has to be fully evaluated. And we're still trying to get documents from them to explain what they're proposing. So that'll be another proposal that needs serious consideration by the town, given the potential pilot revenue from those solar installations could mean over $600,000 a year to the town. So it can't be ignored and thrown away without full exploration.
So is that another project that maybe the finance committee should be part of in some way?
I think you need to be paying attention and listening to any sessions that are had on that issue. It's also going, it's a lot of amazing stuff. And I know I'll save this one for Kevin Rudin, but he has word that there's been positive developments on the solar tower. He'll share the
Cell tower.
cell tower. Did I say solar tower?
Yeah, you did. But that's okay. We knew.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I was hoping to end at 9. I'm losing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the cell tower is another potential. So there's a lot of potential things happening that could really benefit the future of our town. And I want to make sure the community and more people get the word, and we get more discussion on a lot of these issues, because a lot of them will come to town meeting.
And there is talk at the state level about changing the way pilot payment in lieu of taxes. There was an article in the paper, I think it was today or yesterday. I think it's Heinz out of Berkshire's has been pushing the state to change the way the formula works and to modernize the formula, because it's the towns out here in the West are not bringing in the revenue that the towns out East are, because we don't have the valuations they have. I've seen it twice in the paper. Now, I know I asked Kevin a couple of weeks ago, and Kevin didn't really have any information on it, but it seems to be in the paper. So I think, that hopefully is another opportunity for us with all the state land we have.
Yep. Yeah, that would be helpful too. You're talking about the forest pilots.
Yes, the payment, not Amherst, not Atkins, but how much they would pay us for Lake Wyola and for the state park. And then, the state lands as well. And we have a lot of Quabbin land too, right?
Yeah, a lot.
TCR, yeah.
TCR, yeah. So the state
over $300,000 a year there, but they're saying, it's a third of Shutesbury. So what we're getting in revenue and what we're preserving, there's no.
And it's been at 300,000 for a long time. It's not grown at all.
Yeah. I know it went up about 12,000 about 5 years ago. I think.
But don't forget, we could start metering the water too, right?
Let's make a little dam and hold back the Quabbin water.
Put a toll booth on 202.
Yeah. Or center of town.
All right, I gotta go to bed. We ready to call the meeting?
Yeah. Are we?
I make a motion to call the meeting.
I second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Arvanitis, aye.
Archer, aye.
Groves eye.
Hemingway, aye.
Cashew, aye.
Mosier, aye.
Walton, I.
See you February 16th.
Good night.
Yeah,
Good night. See you Thursday, Melody. Good night,
night.
George. You too,
See you-
George.
See you Thursday.
Okay,
You have a good night.
you too.
See you, Jim. See you, Becky.
Good night, Bob. Good night, Jim. Good night, Susie.